Hey guys, tonight we slip into paper-thin dreams, sunlight filtering through Moorish latticework like liquid gold. You probably won't survive this without dozing off, fair warning. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment below. Where are you resting right now? And what's your local time? Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The courtyard gate sighs shut behind you, wood scraping worn tile. Heat lifts from your shoulders like a dropped cloak, replaced by shade and stripy gold patterns. Arcades carved like honeycombs dapple the flagstones, Moorish geometry slicing the glare. Fun fact, those 10th century architects calculated light angles to the degree. Noon sun never touches the mill's precious vats. Your toes flex under woven leather sandals, cool stone beneath them, thick as olden scrolls. Cotton rag banners flutter overhead, paper blank swaths drying on hemp ropes. They ripple lazy as sleepy eyelids, each sway pulling your own lower. A swallow dives past your ear, wings snicking the air like shears. It nests somewhere in the loggia, clay pellets dotting the fresco behind you. Your gaze catches, on the fresco's edge, crumbling leopard hunt scenes, ochre, and indigo bled green. Historians still argue whether those leopards symbolize Berber kings or lost trading partners from the Atlas Mountains. Shade licks up your calves, the sudden chill pooling behind your knees. Cotton fibers swirl down from drying racks, catching the light like slow dust motes. One lands soft on your forearm, a speck of cloud grazing skin. You lean into the courtyard's west wall, quartz flecks glittering in terracotta plaster. It still holds winter's chill, your temple pressing against its patience. A clay jug sweats near the gate, condensation tracing down its belly. Earthenware damp seeps toward your heel, the smell of wet clay and crushed mint. 3 flies orbit the jug's rim, their buzz thinned by distance into baseline hum. Your shoulders sink, joint by joint, into the wall's cool mouth. Half-melted wax puddles stain a low table nearby, bone-white candles twisted in iron holders. Someone pressed coins into one puddle, Umayyad dirhams, congealed in blobby silver. Weirdly, paper mills used old coins to weigh down fresh sheets, since lead risked staining. Your fingers twitch toward the wax, impulse to peel it, pop it, nah. Too still now to move. Sun crawls across your thighs, warming the linen robe with invisible palms. Jute sacks slump against a column, burst with paper mulberry bark. It smells like rain, if rain fell only on tree skin. Fibonacci studied these mills. You recall dimly Arab numbers in his wet librarian hands, but the thought unwinds, sentence failing mid-breath. Shadows stretch longer, stripes merging into blurred plaid. A banner's corner flaps near your cheek, letting you taste linden pollen on the breeze. You sniff, a sneeze balled in your sinuses, then dissolved. A dry chuckle dies in your throat, whatever body. Two finches bicker in the loggia, sound fluttering like torn paper scraps. Their chirps sync with your pulse, pebble hops between heartbeats. You count feathers instead of tasks. How many blues threaded through brown, 14, 15 gone. That western wall glows hotter, amber now, throwing cypress silhouettes onto the flagstones. Branches smear like ink blots, a Rorschach test for the nearly napping. One shape resembles a quill, another a stretched cat. You hum approval. Smoke threads weave through the air, distant cedar logs, fueling the pulp vats. Each wisp parts around your face, too polite to sting your eyes. Someone's pounding linen rags out back, thump silence. Thump. But it feels geological now, far off glacier calving. A bead of sweat teases your hairline, hesitating at your temple's arch. You track its crawl past your ear, ticklish as spider silk. It plops onto your shoulder, blooming a tiny raisin-dark circle on linen. Gnat lands on your knee, antennae twitching toward your kneecap salt. You watch it skitter, mini tank, inspecting a drowsy continent before lofting away bored. Wind rises, lifting banners into billowy ghosts, their hems snapping like sails. Shadows leap, then settle messy as unmade beds. Your own shadow slumps, pooling around your sandals, unambitious puddle. Pigeon crashes onto the loggia rail, coos like a broken bellows. Its head cocks, obsidian, eye judging your vertical effort, basically nil. You blink, not conceding, just resetting the dry film on your corneas. Silver bells jingle beyond the wall, a goat herd clopping home via some alley. The lead goat's tenor clang syncs with your next inhale, metal singing through your ribs. Kids bleat quick trills, like dial-up internet sounds, decades buried, but instantly familiar. Gravity feels kinder here, cotton strands spiraling down, no hurry. One lands on your thumb, fine white hair coiled into a comma tiny paws, made physical. A kitchen boy clatters pans, somewhere copper bottoms, ringing like cymbals. The sound flattens, heavy air swallowing frequencies down to hollow thuds, each clang slower spaced like cherry pits dropped in a clay pot. Breeze shifts, dumping that sugar-roasted almond scent from the night market. Oil honey, burning cinnamon, torching your empty stomach into growl mode, except you're too melted to care. Hunger's just another texture now, gold foil on dark chocolate. Eyelids notch lower, black edges creeping photo crop-like on the courtyard. You fight it briefly, watching one last sunbeam climb the jute sacks, gilding stray fibers. They flare, match head bright, then surrender to blue shade. Too late, you spot the sleeping cat nestled in mulberry bark, paws twitching in dream chases. Its striped flank lifts, falls, a miniature bellows puffing wood-scented breath. One hand rises, instinct to pet, but freezes midair, motor signals lost en route. Fingers curl, skeletal leaf dangling from wrist vine. Lattice shadows stripe your shins, tiny prison bars for a nap criminal, ha. Last joke before surrender. See, you're not totally comatose, just mostly. Moth flutters past, dusting your cheek with wing powder ghost kiss from a paper ancestor. Your nose wrinkles, powdery, mushroomy, like grandma's forgotten attic trunk, then smooth slack. Coolness rises through flagstones, earth exhaling stored night chill into your souls. You wonder if those bricks were salvaged from Roman villas, flipped upside down to hide pagan mosaics. Archaeologists go feral for flipped pavers, score intact Neptune faces. The heat in your thighs drains, seeping into terracotta, returning to the source. Honoring some silent treaty between skin and stone. Laughter skitters from the dye works, 3 apprentices splashing each other, high notes sanded soft by walls. Their joy thins into birdsong, then static, then pure cadence, no words, just the up and down of play. Eyelids fully closed, now retinas painting afterimages, gold grids on black velvet. They pulse, matching your heartbeat, in sync, Moorish patterns redrawn in vitreous jelly. Left ear, pressed to plaster, you catch the mill's deep rhythm, waterwheel groaning, a wooden peg poking stone, thump, scrape, thump. It hammers pulp into something soft, something that holds stories, or shopping lists, or love notes soaked in perfume. Water chuckles in the canot below, hidden channel feeding dye vats, then paper baths, then orchard roots. You track its path by sound alone, trickle, gurgle, hiss, and finally silence where it dives underground. Breath shallows, ribs barely bothering, skin drinking air passively now. That bead of sweat dries, salt left behind, sand grain grit you'll find tomorrow. Fingertips pet the flagstone smooth, where a million sandals sanded it tender. Some groove catches your nail, scratched initials, or ledger marks, maybe a board guard's doodle. The swallow returns, chittering beak full of moths, zigging your head pitch roll of wings inches above hair. Instinct ducks or tries, but muscles just hum ambient electricity past caring. Lungs prioritize smells now, over sound, baking bread, lapping waves of yeast and oven. Tannery stink, wool fat and alum swirls beneath, but softened, half digested by sunshine. Someone's humming near the gate, tune frayed by distance. Notes wander, get lost, circle back. It matches that moth's earlier path around the oil lamp, meaningless, mesmerizing. Jaw unclenches, tongue heavy and satisfied. A fat cat napping in your mouth. Weird flex, but okay, body knows things brains forgot. Mosquito finds your ankle, landing gear down, proboscis drilling capillary. It's fine minor itch tax for existing in paradise. Florida taught you that. Eyelids sealed, you still see gold, sun printing flutter shapes. Internally, Rorschach encore. This one looks like an octopus, wearing a fez. Obviously, your eyes suck at Rorschach. Breeze lifts robe hem, each ripple silk cool up your calves, gentle as fingers testing bathwater. Right foot twitches, ghost sensation of mint sprigs crushed under heel muddy riverbanks, then gone. Metal screech, a pulley needing grease. Some apprentice will hear about it later. You spike awake, just for a breath, then slump deeper, bone jelly, avenging the jolt. Taste buds surface top note. Barley bread crumbs from lunch, za'atar grit bitterness of midday mint tea, overbrewed. Cotton fluff brushes your lip, static pulling it, flicked away by automatic puff breath. Show off lungs, finally doing something useful. The cat, still dreaming, kicks your shin, rabbit speed paws thumping your tibia. Not painful, just puzzling, muscle spasm, echoing into your slackness. First star pricks through the lattice. Pinhole in indigo fabric Venus, or maybe airplane. Nah, pretend planets are better. Solar warmth finally quits your back, chill, spreading shoulder blades to spine fresh sheets. At midnight, thankful shudder. The stone trickle finds your soles first, water colder than desert nights, yet gentle as a held wrist. You follow its pulse, one shallow channel leading into another, like veins under this thirsty ground. Historians still argue whether Moors engineered these waterways to mimic human breath, or if fatigue bends perception into poetry. Either way, your shoulders slump lower with each liquid note. Remember the cotton banners from the courtyard. Their shadows linger behind your eyelids now, stripes blending with the fountain's ripples. 12 stone spouts dribble, never rushing, just spinning arabesques across the basin. Legends claim these mills buried lion statues beneath fountains to make water roar without waking workers. You almost hear it, that low purr beneath the trickle. Though logic blames sleep's approach, your toes skim the pool edge, green with pennywort. Not algae, actual copper coins glinting through leaves. Merchants tossed them centuries ago, prayers for smooth voyages, their verdigris staining the water teal. Experts think Moorish paper mills doubled as bathhouses on Fridays, steam softening rags and sore muscles alike. Imagine scrubbing flax fibers while gossiping in warm mist, the original spa day. A fishbone aqueduct above drips steady as a branch after rain. You count drops between breaths, still too awake, still too aware of ankle bones floating in coolness. So you focus on what monks once hid in mills. Smuggled silkworm eggs hollowed into bamboo pens. Truth or tale doesn't matter. The mere idea loosens your jaw. That clicking behind wet stones isn't machinery, just a striped frog flexing throat sacs. In rhythm, somehow, always in rhythm, with the paddle wheels groan outside. Your hips sink into porous limestone, each pore drinking moisture from the air. Alexandria's library borrowed papyrus from mills like this, scrolls shipped by reed boats down the Nile. You wonder if scribes napped between invoices, cheek pressed to fresh sheets, dreaming of infinite ink. Water circles your heel, a liquid cradle tugging tendons slack. You picture underground cisterns hidden beneath you, the mill's secret second heartbeat. Historians still argue whether the Moors cooled paper pulp with snow hauled from mountains, or just icy runoff from clever channels. Your thumb traces the basin's dent, a palm-sized hollow where mercury once pooled for mirror polishing. Dangerous beauty, like dozing mid-swim as ripples rock you shoreward. Copper valves hum below the tiles, muffled by 300-year-old cork seals. You read about crusaders stealing these seals as holy relics, fooled by their cross-shaped mold. Bribed engineers likely sold fakes, pockets jingling as pilgrims marched home. Your laugh stirs the water, sending coin shadows dancing up your calves. Glance left. Rust stains streak the wall like dried mulberries. Farmers once swapped berry juice for paper scribbling crop tallies in blood-red ink. Now the stains just bleed slower in golden hour, proof even walls grow tired. Earlier you saw paper sheets drying outdoors, but here the air clings damp and heavy as a Komodo's tongue. Breath thickens, time blurs, the frog falls silent. You count 7 heartbeats before the next droplet falls. Metal shivers underfoot, the bronze ghost of a pipe, feeding some unseen press. Mill hands whispered of fountains spouting sugared almond milk, at noon rewards for flawless vellum. More likely, they sneaked naps here, cool souls propped on wet brick. You mimic their posture, spine curved like a drying parchment scroll, ears full of liquid hush. No breeze reaches this sunken chamber, only waters whisper against stone. That's the mill's oldest magic, making stillness from motion, silence from sound. Even your eyelids obey, sinking like flax fibers in a vat, one last ripple rocking you toward dark syrup. Bamboo shadows lean where the wall curves, their grid patterns blurred by centuries of river spray. You touch a mold's edge, not smooth, but furrowed like a thumbprint pressed too deep. Papermakers soaked clothes until threads softened, too tired to spin stories, let alone fabric. Experts think they used ox-bile to bleach sheets white, though don't ask where they got gallons of the stuff. Jute fibers cling to your palm, still smelling of silt from Nile tributaries. 3 molds stand crooked, each bearing different groove widths, like arguing siblings. Historians still argue whether Moorish artisans signed their grids with hidden symbols, dots in the weave signals to compatriots. Your nail catches a shallow slash, maybe accident, maybe a crescent moon for luck. Either way, the gesture feels private as a bedtime secret. River mud darkens the corner where pulp once dripped earth and water, wetting into something smooth. You read about Italian spies smuggling these very molds, reverse engineering their patterns for Venetian shops, but replicas warped in damp sea air, cartography, dreams dissolving like sugar lumps. One mold tilts toward you, lopsided as a drunkard, suggesting its own nap agenda. Cattail down dusts a workbench, stolen by field mice for high thread count nests. The wall bears a single rusty hook, too high for racks, too low for lanterns. Mill hands whispered it held whip scorpions after hours, protecting pulp from jealous rivals. Truth, probably just a shredded apron. Still, your neck prickles, imagining 8 legs folded behind it. Your pinky traces a groove coarser than the others, chipped by something frantic, grape shot during Napoleonic raids, or a bored apprentice's chisel misadventure. No plaque explains, only the breeze nudging your elbow toward another relic. A hog bristle brush crusted white leans nearby, handle chewed by generations of stressed teeth. You almost taste the sour starch paste it once spread, like licking an envelope scar. Underfoot, bits of reed pulp fossilize in cracks, crunching like dried figs. This floor felt winters, when priests hid salvaged manuscripts under false tiles, Quranic verses tucked beneath geometry scrolls. 3 tiles still dip slightly, guardians of nothing now, or everything. Your heel grinds one clockwise, hopeless attempt at solving a puzzle no one remembers. That vine invading the window isn't ivy, but wild hops left untended. 11 sprouts curl toward the molds, nature's lazy attempt at repair. Farmers once paid taxes in pressed hop cone paper, receipts smelling perpetually of stale beer. Your thumb brushes a leaf, and the stem sways, casting Morse code shadows across the bamboo. A beetle drills through a gap, its shell gleaming like lacquered mulberry wood. Papermakers used that bark for wrapping delicate sheets, a luxury against mildew's hunger. This one navigates grooves with military precision, antennae mapping each ridge and trough. You watch it vanish into a hole where crushed indigo once stained workers' cuticles blue for weeks. Sunlight warms the eastern molds, western ones staying moss damp and cool. Your left hand prefers the chill, palm flat against whispers of vat residue. 2 centuries back, mills hired boys just to scrape this gunk, a coveted job for its idle hours. Imagine leaning here, chiseling dried pulp crescents, while sparrows stole your lunch crumbs. Your shoulder meets a wall smoothed by countless leaners before you. The stone holds their shrugs, yawns, prayers against fevers, all pressed into its skin. 1 graffiti scratches near your ear, just numerals, maybe a date, maybe a debt owed, faint as your own pulse when you hold still, waiting for the next beetle click. Leather strips dangle above relics of a pulley system forgotten mid-repair. Gossip claims a master weaver hanged himself here, shamed by flawed flax patterns, dark thoughts for naps. But the cords swing gently, tickling your forehead like cobweb lace. You focus instead on their braids, how each twist mirrors the bamboo grids, a language of intersecting lines. Wind shudders a half-open shutter, making the hooks screech against stone. The sound unravels like cheap yarn tangling your thoughts into awkward knots. Catgut once strung those hooks, stretching paper sheets, drum tight, a luthier's touch for stationery. A joke forms about origami concertos, but dissolves into the thrum of your own eyelids. Behind stacked bricks, something winks. A glass vial crusted over like a barnacle. Apothecaries traded these for clean paper samples of opium-laced cough syrup staining shipments. Smell it if you dare. But centuries leave only the ghost of poppies and shame. Instead, your knuckle wipes grit off its neck, revealing Roman blue beneath grime. Crickets colonize the bamboo's hollow joints, their legs thrumming a pulse half yours. You recall those vibrating molds, fresh pulp trembling before settling into flat surrender. Your own muscles imitate it, shoulders slumping into the wall's patient slope. Historians still argue whether workers sang while dipping sheets, or if mills valued silence as highly as linen. Your hum draws no complaints, just echoes absorbed by mold pores. One basket spills over with hemp scraps, unspun threads coiling like angry vipers. You lift a strand, hoping for rattlesnake vengeance, but it slips away limp and tired. Children earned sweets, threading these into paper twine, a threading game bribing tiny fingers into labor. Fair trade? Unlikely. Yet the fiber feels soft against your wrist, almost apologetic. The last mold lies cracked, a lightning fork splitting its grid into jagged islands. Press your ear to the fissure. Trapped air hisses like a punctured bellows. Maybe a drought warped it, or clumsy hands dropping a cargo of millstones. You mimic the sound, a wheezy tea kettle imitation, until breath turns liquid again. Your knees protest as you straighten, not old, just rusted hinge stiff from leaning. Time to go. But the molds watch your exit, these bamboo sentinels, guarding their gritty throne. You leave fingerprints on the least used one, a fresh groove begun, unfinished as this afternoon. Wind licks through rows of hanging sheets, turning each fiber into a shivering alphabet. Pulp-thick vowels catch the breeze first, plump O's, and you stretching like cat yawns. Your fingertip grazes a sheet's edge, feeling the teeth of consonants hiding in its deckled border. Moorish mills mixed linen rags with mulberry bark, 30 parts fabric to 1 part tree skin. Experts think they chose old ship sails for their salt-toughened threads, sea winds surviving inside the parchment. A sheet slaps your cheek, soft as a banker's apology, leaving dust that tastes of attic diaries. Whispered TS and SS escape the fibers, snake-like syllables coiling around your earlobes. Historians still argue whether scribes demanded smoother paper for love letters or tax audits. Your name unravels stitch by stitch, the J in Jamal fraying into an I, an L, then dust. That loose thread isn't thread at all, but a horsehair from the cushion used to press sheets flat. Workers swore stallion manets made ink bleed less, mare's hairs too fickle for holy texts. You tug it, squeak, like a mouse protesting its tiny eviction. 20 sheets along a watermark glows, 3 crescent moons stamped by a drunk artisan. Or a sober one with tremors. The debate continues at Fez symposiums over mint tea. Your breath sinks with the rustling pages, inflating a lung-shaped corner before it deflates. Fiber dust, motes swirl, forming brief constellations between the rafters. Polaris winks behind a cotton rag sheet, just before it flaps into Draco's tail. Papermakers worked shirtless in summer heat, their sweat seasoning the vats like human salt lick. The trade journal notes 83 workers hospitalized in 1692 for hydration by steam alone. Thirsty ghosts might explain the cupboard tap that drips only when you stop listening. A C-shaped fiber peels off, landing on your wrist like a half-formed thought. Arabic calligraphers prized such flaws, believing jinns signed sheets to bless clumsy left-handed students. Your own left hand mimes a pen stroke, betraying your failed elementary madrasa grades. Ink blots were banned in official documents, yet the Medici Bank treasured one sheet resembling Venus' birth. Auction catalogs giggle over its current owner, a Finnish tycoon storing it in a sauna. Shadows braid themselves between the drying sheets, knitting a hammock of striped darkness. Your shoulders slacken, spine curving like a quotation mark, awaiting its closing pair. 5 blackened hooks jut from the ceiling, once holding oil lamps that warped 2,000 sheets. Foremen docked wages for nocturnal toasting incidents, hence the charred owl skeleton wedged in the rafters. You blink up at it, wondering who cleans centuries of bird regrets. A rogue gust parts the paper curtain, revealing a brick wall scored with fingertip equations. Accounts department graffiti, faded fractions, debating barley rations versus overtime sunsets. 9 divided by 3 plus a smudged heart. Unsolved murals of lunch break romances. Your pinky traces a chalky 0, its loop perfect as a dowry coin worn smooth. Workplace poetry etched here, anonymous couplets about figs and callous cream dissolve under your touch. Static lifts arm hairs as sheets billow, negative ions staging a mutiny against gravity. You recall Benjamin Franklin's kite key experiments, but this feels more like standing inside a lung. The air itself types messages on your skin, invisible keystrokes spelling SLEEP in Morse shivers. Cotton fibers breathe out library musk, Bibles and grocery lists pressed into 1 cent. Your 6th grade report on hedgehog surfaces, the margins doodled with very unspiky blobs. 1 sheet detaches, somersaulting toward a vat of rainwater like a clumsy suicide letter. Manuals warned about paper's fatal attraction to liquids. Over 700 sheets lost per monsoon season. You intercept it, the pulp cooling your palm like a stranger's forehead pre-fever. Water makes the fibers yawn, relaxing their weave until words become gravy. Your thumb sinks through the word mercy here, leaving a foggy thumbprint halo. Wind bullets through a cracked window, spitting grit onto the lowest 3 sheets. Eyelids heavier now, the granules feel like sugared stardust peppering your cheeks. 3 workers are said to have napped permanently here, lulled by porch note breeze songs into coma dreams. Autopsy reports cited excessive relaxation as cause, a diagnosis now banned by modern OSHA guidelines. Your own skull tilts, finding a pillow sewn from rejected scrolls of tax law. That stain spreading across the overhead sheet isn't mold, just shadow puppetry from palm fronds outside. Night witchmen mimicked hair silhouettes to spool apprentices until rheumatism stilled their furry theatrics. You hum a lullaby, matching tempo to the drip from that cupboard tap. Historians still argue whether paper quality influenced literacy rates, or if bored readers just needed softer pages for nap pillows. Your eyelids blot the final vowels as the wind files your name down to just breath. Your cheek meets linen still humming with sunlight, each thread a fossilized beam woven centuries ago. Unlike itchy hemp or noble silk, these pillows were democratic padding for mill workers, stuffed with milkweed from ditches and stolen lavender sprigs. Egyptian royalty would have sniffed at such humble fillings. Their mummies got kilometer-long bandages of pure flax, of course. You sink deeper, nose brushing against a burlap seam mended with blue-dyed string. This pillow knows things, imprinted with the cheek shapes of Ottoman scribes tallying figs, of widows drafting dowry complaints, of apprentices drooling over inkwell fumes. Historians still argue whether milkweed pods were harvested green for better fluff, or left to brown like opinionated uncles. Your left ear catches a seed casing. Its papery rattle syncs with your pulse, teeny maracas for siesta symphonies. The lavender smell isn't gentle, it's a burglar picking your memory lock. Suddenly, you're not in a mill, but 7 years old, stealing sprigs from a neighbor's garden in Fez. Medieval nuns swore it repelled demons, though your recollection features mainly hissed threats and a broom. The scent digs deeper, unearthing Greytant, Zainab's drawer of yellowed handkerchiefs, each pressed with violets and regret. Milkweed floss tickles your neck, escaped stuffing hovering like ghost dandelions. 16th century quacks sold it as cloud debris to rich hypochondriacs, 3 silver coins per ounce. A fiber drifts into your mouth, tasting faintly of goat and ozone, summer pasture wired into cellulose. Workers joked these pillows contained shredded tax documents, punishment for sleeping during the harvest moon. Your skull's weight releases a warmer scent, sun-baked linen, remembering the fields where flax grew. Bronze Age traders prized stocks taller than men, each one a potential sail or shroud. Picture scythes moving through blue flowers, stalks falling in slow green waves, over and over until the horizon blurs. Historians still debate the exact shade of those blooms. Were they sky or lapis, or something eyes can't hold? The linen itself whispers. Last year's flax harvest was soaked in the Loire River for weeks redding, until fibers loosened like tired thoughts. Someone's calloused palms beat the stalks, thwack, thwack, until stems became confetti. You feel each thud in your shoulders, now softened by time and feathers, but still there. Autumn breezes carried away the chaff to stuff mattresses in Warsaw, insulate sled dogs in Norway, plug drafty castles in Wales, that crinkle under your temple. A dried poppy head hid in the stuffing, now cracked open like a miniature pod. Apothecaries slipped them in pillows, 3 petals for painless sleep, 5 for something deeper. Your jaw unclenches, a tension you forgot to name, dissolving faster than sugar in mint tea. 13 steps to process flax, according to wall carvings in Thebes. But nobody counts them as they drift off. Beyond the meadow of your eyelids, the harvesters return, not grim reapers, just sun-weary folk swinging blades as the dust turns gold. Their scythes move slower than physics allows, each arc stretching like pulled taffy. Your breath copies their rhythm in. Swing, out, rest, until muscles forget how to tense. One worker pauses, wiping her brow with a sleeve the color of oversteeped chamomile. Her sweat smells like your childhood, like rock salt and apricots drying on rooftops. She's singing, not a real song, but the tuneless hum of bodies doing familiar work. Folklore claims sleepers could enter frescoes this way, joining painted laborers for a nap under eternal sun. Your pinky twitches, brushing linen, a decade older than the wheel's invention, the lavender betraying you again, it's sharpening her features. Now she resembles the midwife who delivered your cousin, fingers stained with mulberry juice from morning preserves. Harvesters swore full moons made blades slice cleaner. Historians chalk it up to shadows or stolen wine. That hum of hers becomes the mill's copper wire vibrating. Now a wasp, now your own ears ringing, now neither. Someone drops a scythe. The clang reaches you 80 years later, blunted into a pewter bell's ping. Prayer call or farm accident, you can't tell anymore. Blisters on her palms mirror yours after childhood rope, swings, badges of play more than labor. Your face presses harder into the pillow, dug out shelter from this wave of memory. Milkweed fibers colonize your hair, sprouting ghost roots as the meadow folds inward. Scythes tick down like broken metronomes, each swing losing steam until they're just steel glints on your retina. Historians still argue whether field songs slowed intentionally, lulling overseers while workers napped standing up. Warm linen absorbs your cheeks' complaints, smothering thoughts like candles after a vigil. The harvesters blur into the flax, gold bleeding into green each step, erased by wind and rust. Your last conscious breath tastes of ancient river-soaked flax, rot, and hope twined tight. Workers would have sniffed their linen at market, rejecting any hint of mildew, avoiding future pillow regrets. You fail the sniff test, already too far gone mouth, slack against fabric that outlives bones. The scythes hang midair now, blades frozen like forgotten commas, awaiting a sentence that never quite ends. Your eyelids tint blue first, not sky or sapphire, but indigo vat stain bleeding into sight. That copper tank bubbles nearby, 12 parts urine to 1 part crushed leaves, a recipe unchanged since Phoenician traders haggled over amphory. Historians still argue whether the urine came from laborers or camels. The records prefer vagueness. You inhale slow, expecting ammonia, but catch bergamot instead. Turns out some Renaissance dyers tossed in peels to mask the stench, like toilet spray for rich men's tunics. The vat exhales turquoise clouds, each breath a watercolor spill across stone. Moorish tiles swim beneath your soles, their star patterns warped by rising vapor. 10th century math whizzes designed these floors, calculating angles so worshippers never faced away from Mecca. You count 18 blue-green hexagons before focus slips, edges bleeding like ink on blotting paper. One tile remains crisp, a cobalt scorpion, glowing dully before dissolving too. Your grandmother's voice surfaces from the dye. Haram. They sold sleep in those vats. She meant workers nodding off mid-stir, lured below by warm fumes. City guards spun tales of men who dove in seeking immortality, emerging bald and raving about turquoise heavens. You blink, scattering droplets on your cheeks, but your face stays dry. Indigo clings even to clouds now, the sky blotted into velvet. It's wrong, 5 centuries before synthetic dyes, natural indigo never reached such depths. Scholars debate extinct plant strains, or maybe just too many fermented sardine lunches clouding scribes' notes. A bubble pops near the vat's rim, spitting up a silver fish scale, or not a scale, a tiny crescent-shaped soap sliver, left by some Ottoman laundress scrubbing her soul spotless. The dye thickens toward green murky as Nile Delta reeds. Cleopatra's barge once shimmered this exact shade, or so tourist scrolls claim. Truth was probably duller, except nobody disputes her wig, powdered with gold-flecked indigo. Your scalp tingles, phantom dust, settling root-deep, each follicle gilded. You finger-comb your hair, tugging free, a blue thread spun from vapor. Half-submerged tools float by mallets trailing algae like comet tails. Workers pissed directly into vats, sometimes medieval efficiency at its most pungent. Your nose wrinkles despite the bergamot ruse, a tavern floor after olive night. A joke here, not really. The fumes pickle humor, leaving only weak vinegar size. Green surrenders to silver metal fatigue color, the dye spent and sleepy. Silk would have been dipped 40 times here for emperors who demanded shades deeper than dusk. Historians found ledgers listing 400 dips, probably scribal errors or royal pranks. Your own robe pales, fading to moth-wing gray, threadbare at the cuffs. These robes once wrapped Persian envoys, now they barely cloak your wrists. Eyelids thicken into lead shutters, sliding closed millimeter by millennium. Each blink leaves dye residue, phantom lashes sketched in cobalt. Moorish geometry melts, tile grout becoming salt water, then mist, then nothing. The vat's last burble echoes a muezzin's cough, cut off mid-call by a dagger or draft. Sinking feels optional now, your bones swapped for milkweed fluff. When Berber women stirred indigo with apricot wood rods, what songs did they hum? Records suggest lullabies to the dye goddess, but who trusts tax-exempt monastery scribes? Your tongue rasps cotton dry, no bergamot left, just copper and old rain. That final blink takes an hour or a week. Silver winks out like a minaret, snuffing its lamp, No fanfare, just absence, expanding outward. Even the scorpion tile forgets its sting, softening into a thumbprint smudge. Vat rot, workers called naps like this, when time fermented slower than algae. You open your mouth to agree, but your jaw unhinges, dissolves, spills upward, a pale vapor joining the rest. Palm shadows tattoo your chest first, thin as reed pens, before thickening into velvet bars. Those fronds overhead clatter like dice, Mamlukira wind chimes, forged from captured crusader armor. Historians still argue whether the clinking soothed horses or just annoyed palace accountants. Your robe drinks the cool shapes, its linen weave loosened by centuries of indigo rinses, each thread relaxed into lethargy. The shadows gallop, as if fleeing some invisible whip crack, then slump into syrup-slow crawls. 18th century farriers bred pigeons that carried inked messages, tiny scrolls knotted to their feet, but yours just shuttle shade. A black crescent pools in your collarbone hollow, exactly where Ottoman calligraphers dipped their nibs before swirling declarations of war or grocery lists. You try tracing it, fingers sluggish, the shape skittering sideways like a dropped copper coin. Coolness bleeds through fabric, not water, but the memory of absent ink. 16th century Persian dyers believed nightshade could dye cloth black, but only if harvested nude under a waning moon. Records don't mention mosquito bites, probably edited out for poetic effect. Your skin remembers, though phantom itches swarm your ribs, each welt timed to a frond sway. Galaxy of crescents multiply. Your sternum becomes a lunar map. Moorish astronomers charted phases on parchment, now dissolved, leaving only these temporary silhouettes. One shadow pauses mid-stride, heartbeat shaped, before melting into the next. You count 12 pulse moons, but lose track when a breeze steals your bottommost ribs shadow whole. Magic trick? No, just arid wind hustling daylight. Bedouin shadow readers once predicted sandstorms by studying how palm patterns fractured. Modern scholars dismiss them, yet you note how these shapes fray toward your left hip where storm ashes gather. Your grandmother called that spot the gate of winds, rubbing olive oil there to soothe desert sickness. The oil's long gone, but the ache blooms resinous and slow. Ink-stained crescents migrate south, each leaving frost trails despite the heat. Napoleon's troops stole Egyptian cooling techniques, bed sheets soaked in rosewater, but yours just hoard shade. A joke forms, something about Frenchmen sweating through stolen linen, but it evaporates like mirage water. Silk traders swore shadow-heavy cloth sold better in Samarkand, buyers believing it held night's essence. Your robe disagrees, its fibers sighing as crescents slide off, landing as liquid ink puddles on the tiles. They steam faintly, the courtyard swallowing them like secret vows. Historians found contracts in Marrakesh attesting to shadow-pressed linens. Most agree they were metaphors or merchant pranks. One particularly stubborn crescent hooks your navel, refusing to budge for 3 drowsy minutes. Crusaders misinterpreted such shapes, branding them Saracen moon marks in paranoid chronicles. You peel it loose mentally. Its edges cling like date syrup. Then it floats upward, joining its kin in the frond chaos. The light shifts, gold hammered into copper, melting the crescents into dripping shapes. They pool in your elbow creases, temporary tattoos for a siesta sultan. Mamluk stable boys napped exactly here, dreaming of stolen Ottoman horses, their snores syncopated with guard changes. You inhale musk, maybe lingering stallion sweat, or just sun-baked clay releasing midday memories. Now the shadows streak, not galloping, but flowing, molten silver down your thighs. Yemeni weavers threaded actual moonlight into funeral shrouds, or so tomb inscriptions boast. Your grandmother called it threadbare poetry, but your knees feel suddenly ancient, draped in hypothetical luminance. Coolest spots the hollow beneath your chin, a keyhole-shaped dark where a locket might rest. Sultans stored verses here, Quranic fragments, folded smaller than locust wings. Your throat moves, swallowing nothing. Yet the shadow key turns, unlocking a yawn deeper than ledger columns. Fronds still momentarily, freezing all shadows into charcoal sketches. This stillness breaches siesta law. Even the paper mill's heartbeat hush pauses. Historians debate if Mamluk timekeepers find naps exceeding 3 hours. Evidence points to bribes passed in fig leaves. Your ribs expand, testing the stillness, and the shadows fracture like dropped glass. They reassemble wrong, a stork now, a scimitar, then just blurred infinity symbols. Ottoman textile patterns hid such shapes, declarations woven too subtly for sultanic censors. Your left pinky twitches, echoing some weaver's revolt, but the rest of you stays surrendered. The darkest crescent settles over your heart, circumference precisely matching a Damascus coin. 34 degrees. Your sleepy brain insists. The exact latitude where pigeon flocks turn back at dusk. Nonsense. Yet the weight feels geographic. A minuscule moon pressing the atlas of your skin. Last light liquefies the shadows. They bleed through linen, seeping into the tile, scorpions' long-vanished sting. No ink remains, no indigo, only the ghost cool of their absence, sinking boneward. Someone hums 3 notes nearby, perhaps a stable boy's ghost, or just wind threading limestone gaps. You let your eyelids document the fade, each blink, developing another layer of quiet. Blackberry juice bleeds across the ledger, your thumbs side, pressed too long against fermented stains. Medieval ink recipes often used elderberries, but Moorish Spain favored oak galls, iron filings, vinegar. Pages curl like dry leaves, each word's upstroke heavy with summer slow syrup. Historians still argue whether fiscal entries were penned before or after wine. A key detail regarding tax evasion charges in Granada. You blink, smear becomes an ornate S, its copper plate swirl now hooking itself into your cuticle. Dye vats exhale sweet rot nearby, snagging your breath into their rhythm. The drops trickle down margins, simple accounting morphing into Gothic vines. Ottoman bookkeepers seeded berry bushes near tax offices, flipping fruit flies into convenient scapegoats for misplaced funds. A stain branches into 23 sheep 35, goats transforming legs into climbing stems, loop letters ripening into inky berries. You prod one, the fiber skin dimples like real fruit, but leaves fingertips numb. Wind shifts, parchment flaps against wrists, translating your pulse into meandering black stems. Scholars recently debated a Byzantine manuscript, its borders crawling with fruit-laden script, dismissed for centuries as decorative madness. Your wrist twists, the stain mimicking their vine theory, each tendril gaining thorns as eyes focus. Thorns pulse like cursive serifs, pricking the air where your exhaustion pools heaviest. Shadows creep from ledger to forearm, printed words becoming body hair thin. Berries split, bleeding across an entry, listing 3 linen bolts damaged by mice, their tails gnawing holes through logic. Verdigris smudges rewrite a merchant's signature, as Amina, female name banned from official ledgers until 1723. Gossamer fibers lift, reknotting into Arabic diacritics that buzz against your elbow. A droplet swells, highlights catching its curve, then collapses into the word interest. Compound interest, 5 monthly blossoms into poison ivy swirls. Carthaginian trade logs encoded such terms in floral motifs, only readable when barley beer was splashed on parchment. You mouth the thorn shapes, tongue tripping on cursive flicks, then surrender to their nitrogen sweetness. Fingers drift wider, finding damp clusters rising through the page. Mud wasp nests, sketched in margins, as idle doodles suddenly vibrate. A joke almost forms, something about auditors allergic to pollen, but drowsiness glues it shut. Experts think Cordoban ledger keepers chewed nightshade leaves to stay awake. Yet found slumped over desks come dawn, faces stained with transcendental dreams. Ink capillaries spread, consuming numbers years. Whole harvest records, 1597. Poor barley yield becomes a thicket, strangling 1603 almond surplus. Versailles archivists prized such fine ledgers, believing them proof of God's tangled bookkeeping. You exhale breath fluttering a berry loose. It rolls over debt forgiven and nestles in your palm crease. Copperplate thorns twitch, growing barbs like Ottoman arrow fletchings. One hooks your ring finger, drawing no blood, but the sting echoes in molars. Moorish healers treated ledger-inspired headaches with poultices of crushed mint coriander and defiance against mathematics. Quiet laughter rustles nearby, maybe the breeze, maybe some long-dead clerk still giggling at compound metaphors, fertilizing. Blackberry pigment invades paper valleys, hillocky where numerals stood guard. A phrase surfaces, repayment due. Its letters sprout legs, scurrying from your touch into the safety of page folds. Renaissance bankers insisted red ink repelled demons, but indigo wages war invisible, subterranean, rooting under your cuticles. Sun warms the page, sweetness steeping into drunken haze. Shadows deepen strokes, turning collateral into brambles, snagging your sleeve. Historians found Genoese loan documents where signatures dissolved into grapevines, proof the debtors spit wine while signing. Your eyelids agree, lowering halfway, letting words bud into petals against the riot. Margin stains pulse, as if heart drunk, purple soaking deeper where wrists pivot. Each throb births new letters, waves reclaiming sand, speaking fresh lies about abundance. A key date splits open, revealing pith. Instead of numbers, sticky threads, connecting decades. Silk Road merchants measured debt in mulberry leaves, 1 ounce per silk moth, egg smuggled. You lift the page, light bleeding through, exposing pulp veins beneath script. Moorish watermark swirls surface, interrupting sums, their spiral edges humming. 12,000 sheep blur into one woolly cloud bleeding at your temples, then scattering as you yawn. Stain edges feather lichen soft against the ledger's grid prison. A single tendril escapes, brushing your thumb, tasting salt. Historians discovered Persian love poetry wrapped inside tax logs, the paper sliced thin, their passion hidden beneath bean counting. Your thumb sticks, breathing syrup, knuckle memorizing vine tremors. Last coherent notation, partial payment received. Its 7 syllables rust like hooks, the P upstroke puncturing meaning. Some scholars' life work, debating why sharecropper logs grew tassels each spring, fades beneath wingbeats behind eyes. Berry juice dries tacky, gluing digits. 23 now whispering sleep, as ledgers always secretly did for those who listened slantwise. Tendrils snake toward west-facing corners, dipping into sunset, the world still spinning precisely 3 degrees off serenity, when golden light pools where his paw meets your hip, weight warm as clay fresh from the kiln. Tabby stripes deepen, amber becoming mahogany, as he presses his temple against your floating ribs. Historians note Berber merchants shipped cats alongside vellum scrolls, their paws docking ships rat-free since the 8th century. His purr starts, felt before heard, like mill gears greased with honey. It sinks to the far-off churn of rag beaters, pulp and vibration, merging somewhere behind your belly button. Each rumble lifts fibers in your robe lint, dancing upward, tiny constellations freed from weave. You count them, then stop, numbers dissolving faster than sugar in mint tea. Fatima Siher, a 13th century poetess, claimed tabbies could read lawsuit scrolls aloud in their sleep, a theory modern scholars dismiss as hashish-fueled whimsy. The paw flexes, needless pricks ghosting through linen, proof even naps require negotiation with lesser monarchs. His exhale flutters the hem of your tunic, stealing body heat you'd never miss. Egyptian water clocks measured time by dripping cats, not water through gilded funnels, or so fringe archivists insist. Rust spots on his muzzle twitch, snoring now dream snags, pulling tighter than silk twine. A flea circus flees through his fur, their trapeze, act barely felt, cartwheeling toward undiscovered continents near his tail tuft. Purring amplifies, resonating in the hollow behind your kneecap. A bass note tuning forgotten instruments. Paper-making lore claims linen sheets hum when drying, each fiber strung like an oud string. But this is press. Your hip sinks deeper into reed matting, joints unspooling, as his motor redeems every debt of wakefulness. Dust motes settle on his whiskers, bookends holding open some invisible manuscript. One eyelid slits, molten copper judging your stillness before sealing shut. Historians still argue whether Persian miniature artists used actual cat whiskers as paintbrushes, the debate tangled as yarn beneath claws. His ear flicks, dislodging a squadron of gnats, their reconnaissance mission foiled by fur trenches. Saliva pearls at whisker roots, drool escaping some pasha's banquet in dreamland. You smell sparrow, mint, sun-baked courtyard tiles, the triple threat of his midday adventures. Graffiti carvers in old fez marked tavern doors with cat silhouettes, code for places serving smuggled milk. Though enforcement relied on officer bribes and dairy bribes alike, shoulder blades soften, remembering how paper sheets slump when damp, mirroring your collapse. The crown of his head bumps your solar plexus, muttering cat arithmetic against bone, carrying zeros into some fur-lined abacus. Carthaginian sailors weighted fishing nets with cat burial stones, believing nighttime whales repelled Leviathan. If you fancy some pre-nap morbid trivia. Toes tingle, numbness spreading like watermark patterns through rag pulp. His purr thickens, wrapping your ankles weighted. Yesterday's ledgers strewn nearby flutter, each page corner pawed into crescents during his midnight audits. Mamlakira court transcripts reveal scribes bribed palace cats with marrow broth, hoping they'd nap on unsealed treaty drafts, guarding secrets through sheer loaf. Tongue protrudes, pink flag claiming your surrendered torso at last. Myrrh resins couldn't mummify frescoes, they say, though Alexandrian embalmers allegedly tried, packing pharaoh's petamies with sesame oil to soothe their caw. Your ribs rise, fall measured against his spine tremors, fading now into the click and sigh of settling paper stacks. Blackberry ink stains bloom between his toes, stolen from drying sheets hours ago. Tiny illegible signatures, proof of theories, paw-printed, while you counted sheep thrice over. Alchemy manuals warned against cat pee turning lead type into gold, but neglected to mention ink-smeared toe beans transmute tension into ash. Hip bones whisper against reed mats, replicating rustle of sheets pulled across vats. Historian gossip claims the emperor's cat curated Cairo's grand library, its paw batting Homer into the reject pile. A power move, disguised as shedding. You stifle laughter, chest stuttering. But he punishes you, digging claws into that sweet nerve bundle near your hip. Skull weight shifts, the soft crown of your head cradled by stone, not pillow. Eyes map rafters, counting beams gone crooked pelts, stretching beneath day warmth. Each sway roped to his breath, those copper wires overhead thrumming wine-dark drone notes, matching his sacred frequency. Eyelid veins bloom peacock blues, submerging sight slowly, like dipping irises into indigo tanks. His third chin wobbles, every purr pulse loosening vertebrae, until your bones could pass for pulp, not yet pressed. Someone left an oud pick between old invoices, its tortoiseshell edge catching light like cat-eye pupils watching. Fur vibrates farewell, each strand buzzing, then stilling as the purr engine idles. Ink under his claws remembers papyrus fibers, blood-dark deposits of ancient rodent hunts. Your sleep, no different, prey pinned by exhaustion rather than teeth. Sea trading wool drags across your legs, each thread thickened by salt from Carthaginian galleys. The blanket seems spun from anchor ropes, or maybe the sweaty brows of dockworkers unloading lentils in Rashidun-era ports. Alexandria's lighthouse once guided those ships, its mirror polished so bright, seamen joked it could roast mutton from 3 leagues out. Historians still debate whether earthquakes or angry sultans finally toppled its marble gaze. Salt crystals quilt the weave, nesting in wool's twist like miniature snooze buttons. You feel them press constellations into your thigh, each grain a fallen star from some forgotten navigator's map. Sailors believed storing salt below deck summoned tempests, so they stashed sacks in crows' nests where gulls could guard them from moody sea gods. Your ankle shifts, the blanket's hem rasps, scattering brine dust across linen sheets. Muscles soften beneath the weight, shoulders melting like wax seals on a sun-warmed tribute scroll. A knot in your calf unravels, each strand following gravity's lazy tug toward the floor tiles. Ottoman merchant logs mention wool soaked in dead sea salt, peddled as sultan's slumber to insomniac viziers, though most customers were just dehydrated from too much baklava. Coolness spreads where crystals cluster near your knee, tiny glaciers in a fabric tundra. You imagine Phoenician traders haggling over this very fleece, testing its heft against bags of Tyrian purple dye. The blanket smells of oud resin and long winters in Mamluk storehouses. Age musk, even moths, found too boring to nibble. Hips sink deeper, joints whispering surrender to the wool's insistence. Historians swear Byzantine nuns stitched prayers into weighted covers, each knot spelling out psalms for dreamless sleep. Your left foot tingles, pins and needles masquerading as eel spines in a fishmonger's bucket. A crystal embeds itself in your wrist crease, sharp, then smooth, as your pulse polishes its edges. Moorish physic texts warned against sleeping under salted wool, claiming it could dehydrate a soul into parchment. but you're too drowsy to care. Breath steadies, matching the lighthouse's ghostly beam, still sweeping centuries after its stones drowned. Wool fibers itch your shin, the good itch, like peeling sunburn after a red sea dive. Cataracts of salt slide into mattress seams, trickling toward some imagined shore beneath the bed. Napoleon's men allegedly stole Egyptian sleep sacks as spoils, only to dump them offshore when lice staged a coup. Eyelids gain ounces, the blankets drag, pulling them lower. With each crystalline shift, someone in Cadiz probably wove this during a drought, their curses still coiled in the weft. Your pinky toe goes numb, a tiny martyr to the weight of ancient commerce. Threads creak with phantom ship groans, timber bending beneath amphorae of garum and Sicilian olives. A crystal melts against your calf, its bitterness fading into skin, a sailor's tear finally reaching port. Alexandria's beacon dims, its final wink smothered under layers of wool and salt and silent miles. The lighthouse blinks out, and copper wires take its place, humming at a pitch that nestles into your ear canals like warm honey. Drying racks creak overhead, their wooden frames bending under paper sheets that hang like ghostly hammocks. Each sway imitates the pendulum of some unseen clock, or maybe the slow nod of a camel crossing the Atlas Mountains. Ottoman paper mills stretched damp sheets along copper alloys because historians confirm it kept edges from curling while costing less than silver thread. Your shoulders mirror the rack's groan, joints speaking back to the wood in a drowsy dialect of pops and murmurs. Back muscles uncoil, vertebrae aligning like wet pulp settling into a mold. You become a fragile document, the rack a patient scribe copying your silhouette onto woven reeds. A wire vibrates against your heel, the hum traveling up your calf like an oud player plucking a bass string tuned 7 centuries too low. Paper rustles, translucent pages revealing fibers that glow where sunlight pierces their skin. Apothecaries once stole half-dried sheets from mills, using them as makeshift rain gauges, since the fibers puckered at the first breath of humidity. Historians still argue whether Umayyad papermakers inspired Andalusian lute design, or if both just enjoyed bending wood until it sang. Your hip shifts, copper wires answer with a metallic sigh, as if annoyed by the distraction. The air smells of wet cellulose and oxidized metal, a scent closer to blood than ink. Pulp drips somewhere, each drop tapping a puddle in rhythm with the wire's drone. Your spine sinks into the mattress, no longer a spine at all, but a stalk of river reed surrendering to the Nile's lazy current. One wrist dangles off the cot, fingertips brushing cool tiles, where puddle reflections ripple over your nails. Overhead, a rack swings wider, casting paper shadows that leap across your closed eyelids. They flicker like Mamluk shadow puppets, reenacting the siege of Damascus, complete with felt camels and tiny cotton flames. A corner sheet tears-free, fluttering down to catch your ankle. Its kiss, as soft as mulberry leaves fed to silkworms in Macedonian farms. Wind combs through gaps in the mill's stone walls, flattening damp pages against their copper nooses. The draft carries echoes of Fez tannery's vinegar and quicklime, biting through the sweeter stench of pulp vats. Your right elbow tingles weightless for 3 seconds, as if balancing an amphora of gazelle milk from a Nabatean caravan. Hips sway with the rhythm now. No choice. The racks dictate your body's tempo like a puppeteer drunk on date wine. A wire snaps, twanging like a broken lute string, releasing a spray of pulp droplets that freckle your forearm. Mamluk poets compared sleeping papermakers to shipwrecked sailors, both lulled into stupor by relentless rocking, neither entirely sure which element moved. Fingernails scrape a wire's curve, leaving no mark, but the metal purrs against your cuticle as if starved for touch. You imagine Cordoban guitarists stealing mill wires for instruments, their pirate lutes wailing through night raids on Christian taverns. Your calves tense, then soften, mimicking the paper sheets that stiffen, then relax. As the racks halt mid-sway, breath sinks with the groan of wood, a rusty hinge becoming a lung becoming a bellows, feeding a forge 12 dreams deep. The remaining wires harmonize, a chord so dense you feel it in your molars, an orchestra of stress points, serenading structural decay. Dust motes swirl where sunlight arrows through the rack's grid, each particle spinning like a dervish tangled in his own hem. Your earlobe warms where copper's hum resonates loudest, a bee's buzz trapped in a honeycomb of dead skin cells and lavender oil. Historians whisper that papermakers bribed Byzantine monks with bolts of unsold sheets, who then used them to smuggle heresies in fake hymnal bindings. The racks left post splinters, spitting a shard that lands near your temple, blunt-edged and smelling of apricot sap. Shoulder blades press into the cot, grateful for stillness, until the next gust resurrects the sway. The mill's heartbeat lives in those copper wires now, not its waterwheel. And your ribs strum along like zither strings, tuned 2 octaves too low. You wonder if all tired bodies become instruments, played by gravity, wind, and the ghosts of restless craftsmen. Air thickens with pending rain, the scent of lightning still miles away, but already humid enough to make drying sheets sigh. Fibers stretch, lengthening the paper's vowels, turning crisp margins into slurred consonants. A beetle trundles across your collarbone, its shell varnished by some long-dead junior apprentice's resin brush. Eyelids surrender to the downward tug of wire hum, each lash sticky with pollen from hanging jute bundles. The last thing you register is a rack's final creak. Wood remembering it was once a pine in some Lebanese slope forest, years before the mill's teeth chewed it into obedient geometry. Your fingertips graze cool tile, ridges worn smooth by centuries of apprentices, scrubbing ink stains. You press into the relief pattern, geometric vines meant to mimic Damascus rose gardens. But your whorled skin remembers the pulp vats better. Moorish bathhouses piped rosewater through floor channels to perfume patrons' feet, a trick mill owners stole for rinsing papermakers' stained hands. Historians still argue whether 15th century artisans added rose oil to hide rag pulp stench, or just enjoyed bubbling sweetness under their nails. Dampness lingers where the rinse basin overflowed, puddles reflecting stained glass, light onto your knuckles. A drop rolls down your wrist, its path crooked as an Ottoman calligrapher's drunken S, nestling into your palm's deepest crease. Paper mills near Fez buried rose thorns under floor tiles. The quirky foreman believed sharpness scared away dice-dealing gin. Water swirls through the drain's bronze grill, pulling pink foam into a miniature whirlpool above the abyss. You sniff your thumb. The pad smells like a mausoleum florist's bargain bouquet. Sweetness, undercut by dank clay. Rose oil tickles your septum, not the synthetic candy scent of modern sprays, but rotting petals stewed in copper vats. Distillery ledgers show workers stole fermented petals to spike camel milk, accidentally inventing yogurtros, sherbet, during a sweltering August. Your pinky traces a tile star, each point aligning with calluses earned from bamboo mold grips. Shadows lengthen across the tiles, indigo stains from morning's dye work, now blooming into twilight violets. The drain gurgles 3 notes, a perfect minor triad, as the last froth disappears into darkness. Alexandrian perfume shops once hired blind children to grade rose batches, believing sightless noses detected subtle musk better. Your index finger hovers above the whirlpool's vortex, mimicking Archimedes' doomed attempt to calculate displacement while bathing. Breath hitches when chilled water seeps through your robe's knee patch, the shock softer than expected, like mint leaves pressed against sunburn. They chiseled these drainage grooves after the Great Mold Revolt, when apprentices dumped rancid vats onto the master's feather mattress. Rose oil clings to your cuticles, flakes shining like mica in granite when you flex your hand. Naples merchants paid extra for ledger paper, rinsed in Moroccan roses. Their accountants claimed numbers, added themselves on perfumed sheets. A bead trembles on your elbow's tip, hesitant, before plunging onto tiles worn concave by generations of impatient foot tapping. Beneath the grill, something squeaks, maybe a mouse drunk on floral runoff or copper pipes contracting. Historians whisper that crusaders smuggled mill roses back for mistresses, hiding petals inside hollowed-out Bibles bound with stolen hemp thread. You rub thumb and forefinger together. The friction releases trapped scent, floral gunfire, piercing the mill's wet linen haze. Even drying hands become percussion instruments here, each drip sinking with distant waterwheel slaps as humidity thickens. Your palms leave ghost prints on the tiles, evaporating sweat outlining lifelines like charcoal rubbings from forgotten tombs. 16th century courtesans paid papermakers for hand rinse water, bottling it as virgin's blush, aphrodisiac. Your fingers spread, casting spidery silhouettes that merge with the vine reliefs, becoming part of the pattern. The drain exhales, a final wet sigh, as cooler air rises through the grill to coil around your ankles. Rosewater residue glistens on wrist hair, tiny droplets refracting lantern light into micro rainbows. Turkish janissaries bathed their sword hands in petal broth, believing it softened enemies' arteries before battle. Your little toe grazes the drain's edge. A jolt runs up your calf, as if the mill itself licked you. Inhaling feels different now, lungs lined with velvet, each breath tinted pink at the edges. Exhales leave traces on the air, visible only to drowsy moths circling oil lamps. Moorish chemists debated whether rose fumes strengthened lung tissue or just masked consumption's iron tang. Their scrolls now crumble in Cordoban attics. You taste petals on your tongue's root, no sweetness, just tannic bite like oversteeped Darjeeling. Arms levitate of their own accord, palms upturned, as if begging the ceiling's cobwebbed saints for alms. Water stains blossom across your sleeves, translucent Rorschach blooms that nod when the draft shivers through. Persian illuminators painted manuscripts with rosé pigment. The quirky recipe included crushed lapis and catfish bile for improved oceanic depth. Your elbows creak, lowering slow as hydraulic press plates, returning to rest on chilled tile. Damp fabric clings between shoulder blades, rhomboid muscles, imprinting weave patterns onto flushed skin. Vatic scribes sniffed roses between transcriptions. Complaining pagan sent blurred Latin declensions, yet kept stealing vials. Rose oil softens your cuticles to moonstone translucence. The ragged hangnail you've gnawed for days, now silken as poppy petals. Lungs synchronize with the drain's last drips, 12 seconds between each tap, expanding rib cages wide as the mill's rag-stuffed drying racks. Soapwort residue cakes your thumbnail, scrubbed crooked, a casualty of hasty post-dye cleanup. Auction records show Sienese bankers sniffed Moroccan ledgers before accepting loans, claiming corrupted sums carried mold's sour tang. You scrape the foam flecks, rolling them into tiny balls, setting them adrift in a puddle that once reflected your face. Eyelids flutter, lashes sticky with oil and exhaustion, each blink smearing tile, patterns into watercolor dreams. A bee blunders into your nostril, disoriented by ghosts of nectar, stumbling out, dusted with paper fibers, before zigzagging away. Albanian herbalists swore sleeping on rose-stuffed pillows cured melancholia, but warned against full moons, lest petals ferment into madness wine. Your cheek meets tile, its chill countered by lingering warmth from your palm's blush-pink print. Breath slows to match the drain's lingering drips. Now 20 seconds, apart measured absences between sound and silence. Saliva tastes metallic, blood-kissed by roses, or maybe just oxidized pipes flavoring the mill's runoff. Scholars still spar over whether Golden Age papermakers deliberately scented sheets, or if patrons hallucinated perfume from pulp's earthy decay. Your jaw unclenches, a forgotten ache dissolving, as tongue relaxes against lower molars, fingertips prune ridges softening like papyrus, submerged too long friction gone. As you stroke the damp tiles farewell, one final droplet clings to your earlobe, swaying with pulse or draft, impossible to tell which rhythm wins. Scent molecules colonize your sinuses, building thornless gardens behind the eyes, drowning out copper's metallic whisper. Air exits your mouth, a warm gust smelling of accidental gardens, petals nursed in shallow clay pots by apprentices too homesick to weed them. Moth wings brush oiled paper, each tap softer than a cobweb snagging starlight. You count their code, 2 taps, pause, 3 taps, your exhales matching the intervals between beats. Historians still argue whether Mamluk lamplighters trained moths to clean soot, or just enjoyed their drunken spiraling. One lands on your brow, its legs tickling like a child's watercolor brush dipped in ash. Ottoman scribes believed midnight moths carried fragments of lost poems, their winged dust made from crushed verse. You blow gently, it flutters off, leaving twin scales that melt into sweat. Another drum roll echoes, 4 rapid strikes, before silence swallows the rhythm whole. Fezzi librarians glued moth wings to ripped manuscripts, claiming moonlight could stitch words back together. Your ear presses against the floor, the vibration traveling up jawbone, a Morse code lullaby. Lantern light warps each tap into shadows, kaleidoscope legs lengthening across the ceiling. Dipping wings sound like a spice merchant's fingers drumming copper scales, impatient, weary of haggling. 16th century, herbalists prescribed moth-wing tea for insomnia. Their quirky ledger notes mention 3 gray, not brown, or risk nightmares. A plump one kamikazes the hottest spot, its body sizzling faintly as butter in a pan. Moorish astronomers mistook moth swarms for constellations, unraveling, sent panic-stricken telegrams to Marrakesh star counters. You wince, but its sacrifice slows the drumbeat, spacing clicks further apart. 3 lanterns glow softer now, their oil wicks drowning in last dregs of sesame. Historians whisper Venetian spies, hollowed out moths, shoving coated rice paper scrolls inside hollow abdomens. Your eyelids mirror the dimming, each blink stretching longer, inky pauses between scenes. Another visitor grazes your lip, dust tasting of burnt almonds and forgotten attic trunks. Mamluk children tied thread to moths' waists, flew them as living kites during windless summers. You lick the flavor off, membrane grit dissolving into saliva's warmth. The rhythm fractures, a missed beat, then resumes slower, as if wings grow heavier. Alexandrian weavers threaded fireproof asbestos through lamp paper. Moths learned avoidance after 3 fiery generations. Your tongue thickens, too lazy to chase after new wing dust spices. One moth traces your hairline, proboscis skimming skin like a blunt reed pen. Timurid watchmakers modeled gear teeth after moth leg clicks, prototypes rusted silent within their first midnight. Your skull feels lined with felt, muffling every sound except the 6-count pause. Lantern shadows shrink puddles of light smaller than your outspread hand. A crushed wing drifts downward, spiraling like Crimea's last Byzantine snowfall. You catch it, veins imprinting lifeline creases, a translucent tattoo of lace. Two moths duel near the ceiling, their battle silent, but for wing-clack percussion. Blind Sufi musicians transcribed their rhythms, believing moths threaded prayers directly into God's ears. Your little finger twitches, missing the next tap, sinking pulse with the duel's retreat. Oil sputters, a death rattle crackle, before flame gulps the final reserve. Hanoverian chimney sweeps wore moth-filled amulets, quaky protection against falling sickness from high roofs. Darkness spreads, a warm tongue licking the mill's walls brick by thirsty brick. Moths pivot toward moonlit windows, abandoning you to hollow clicks against cooling glass. Archaeologists found clay lamps stuffed with moth carcasses in Nineveh ruins. No scholar agrees if offering or failed pest control. Your heel grinds a stray wing into pulp sticky as fig jam underfoot. The last moth grazes your throat, one farewell tap before flitting toward lunar drafts. Persian queens wore hollow emerald collars, brew fermented moths inside, supposed truth serum for treasonous guests. Your head lolls sideways, cheek meeting wood grain, ears still tuned to absent drums. Muscles slacken, each limb a sandbag, spilling its weight into the earth. Tattered wings swirl in your breath's current, rising, falling, finally resting on stilled lips. Venetian glassmakers once bottled sleeplessness, housed moths inside, sold as animate nightlights to paranoid doges. Silence yawns, no clicks now, just the mill's old bones settling. Historians still argue whether Moorish papermakers used moths to eat glue residue, or simply pitied their flame obsession. Warmth leaks from your hips into floorboards, a human puddle soaking into oak's embrace. Tinnitus hums where wings once tapped, phantom vibrations tuning your spine's harp strings. Moth legs dissolve under your nails, silken as milkweed silk when you clench fists. Sardinian peasants thought sleeping with winged visitors granted their mothers dream tongues through midnight's veil. Between heartbeats, you almost hear tiny jaws chewing the darkness, threadbare velvet unraveling stitch by stitch. Neapolitan gamblers swallowed moth heads before dice rolls, a quirky sixth sense tonic band by papal guards. The air smells of scorched ginger, or perhaps your own neurons quieting, synapses winking out like snuffed lanterns. One final twitch ripples your toes, a moth's ghost alighting there before stillness descends, absolute, the pause between pendulum swings before clocks forget time entirely. Sunbeams spear through rafters, lifting lazy spirals of fiber dust into midair. Each mote glints, pretending it's Venus or Mercury, or that sneaky fifth planet Galileo muttered about between heresy trials. Linseed oil used in papermaking since the 12th century gives dust a gold-ringed halo as you blink. Your exhale sends tendrils swirling like slow-motion milk in tea. If the tea were brewed from old love letters, you squint, counting 17 specks dancing before your right eye, each path cross-hatching like calligraphy drills. Medieval scribes believed these specks were angels, tiny ones too lazy to manifest full wings. One particle hovers, hesitates, kisses your nose, tickling worse than a sultan's feather fan on festival days. A sneeze whimpers instead of roars, your ribs too liquid to muster proper outrage. 2 dust columns now, slowly chasing their own tails, like zoo-bound tigers, condemned to sun-porch pacing. Historians still argue whether Andalusian pulp vats need night covers, or if moon dust improved paper's brightness by half a grade. Your eyelids grease the scene, light warping fibers into star nurseries, birthing fiery galaxies between blinks. That big one lower left looks like Fatimid script spilling its dot clusters across an unwritten sky. Moorish sieve weavers used puppy tooth combs for final siftings. Pristine smoothness worth a merchant's ransom per sheet. The speck floats onto your tongue, dissolving paper sweet, a ghost of sugar cane crushed under mills long rusted. Shadows stretch fingers toward the dance, dimming some motes to ash gray, others to honeyed platinum. Your pinky twitches, reaching for a far-climbing spiral, missing by 3 hand spans and 80 years. Anatolian codices claim swallowed paper dust reveals your future spouse's trade. But this just tastes of attic neglect. 5 motes clot together, briefly forming Orion's belt, before scattering like goats startled by wagon wheels. Archivists found 14th century scrolls flecked with vermilion. Papyrus makers sneezing during Saint Day ink blessing ceremonies. You puff air, splitting the clump your lips, numb as wax seals on an unsigned treaty. Sunlight shifts, plucking one golden thread from each dust cloud, weaving them into migraine-bright lariats. Ottoman miniaturists dissolved gold leaf in gazelle. Urine gained 10 shades of Sultan's dawn, but wasted 14 brushes per masterpiece. Your eyeballs ache, each speck, now trailing comet tails blurred as highway lights during midnight carriages. Fiber dust sketches the ceiling, gray dashes flowing into Arabic numerals, into geese, into teeth, marks on apple cores. Scholars whisper Venetian. Bankers snorted powdered ledger pages, huffed debtor names for memory enhancement. Nosebleeds be damned. You squint, the dust arranges into your mother's maiden name, blinks away, unforgiven, unforgotten. Slow breath moves a filament, threading it through rafter cobwebs, like pensioners restringing rusty pearls. Persian weavers tossed dust devils into dye pits, claimed restless jinns, improved indigo's vibrancy. Your lungs squeeze, pulling in 12 specks, half regaining their sparkle deep within oxygen's algebra. A dust beard clings to your chin, each hair a magnetic rod for drifting snowflakes of flax. Crusader medics prescribed, holy motes, pinches scraped from Bible pages, stirred into fever broths. You scratch, the beard flutters downward, dust bunnies retreating under floorboard gaps like disgraced knights. Motes mass above your chest, swirling clockwise, counterclockwise, chaos pretending to be choreography. Madrid paper factories employed blind women to sort sheets by fiber hum. A perfect eighth note pitch meaning dry enough. Your fingernail glints, one speck piercing cuticle crease, nestling into skin like bakers pressing thumbprints into fig rolls. Sunbeams intensify, frying dust flecks into amber crisps, their crumble scent wafting like burnt ginger snaps. Egyptian laundresses hung linens near Nile marshes, claimed midge dust, patches strengthened fibers against pharaoh sweat stains. Your tongue tastes carbon, a scorched aftertaste, as if you'd kissed a snuffed candlewick. Eyelashes catch 3 strays, cradling them like hammocks, till windless blinking sets them loose. Historians debate if Genoese censors laced dust with holy water, sneezed heresy out of smuggled manuscripts. Debris edges your tears, salt trails dissolving floating cities, their spires shrinking into grit on cheekbones. Sunstrike blinds you, momentarily, birth vision, whiteout replacing dust with cathedral window radiance. After images pulse, saffron circles, mulberry blobs, a cuttlefish blotch, expanding across your sight's canvas. Your hands paddle air, grazing nothing, but warm light thickened to clotted cream consistency. Retinas adjust, revealing 20 new motes orbiting your forehead, flat earthers of the personal cosmos. Mongolian jurists inhaled errant scrapings, divining guilt by how accused reacted to airborne tickles. You blow, sending your planetary system into exile over a quilt hill range of left knee. Dust coats your lips now, talcum dry like kissing marble statues, cleaned too vigorously. Salem paper mills burned, witch dust thrice, yearly finest siftings said to carry hexes via chimney drafts. Swallowing feels wrong, like gulping snowflakes mid-blizzard, flurries plummeting down your throat's black well. Vision blurs, motes melting together into solid-seeming beams, stone pillars made of dancing atoms. Inca Kipu masters blue dye dust over knots, claiming gusting prayers, bound messages tighter than twine. Your shoulder sinks leftward as gravity remembers its claim on muscle, bone, dream-drowned thoughts. One-winged speck spirals, lone dust moth, fleeing the sun's searchlight through broken window glass. Your little finger beckons, a twitch beckoning it toward the damp sanctuary of your palm. Tiberius exiled poets, whose verses freed too many paper flecks from imperial draft manuscripts, fearing airborne rebellion. Lung-deep breath inhales 6 rebels, their treason tingling bronchi with whispers of cedar pulp vats. The moat lands, wings fused, no longer flyer, just grit on fate's ink-blotted paw. Bedouin mothers sprinkled dust on cradles, each speck representing a kindness owed by future jinns. Eyelids droop, shuddering the light show. But dust imprints linger like flashbulb echoes. French revolutionaries snorted parchment, dust before executions. Last rebellion flare before Madame Guillotine's hungry smile. Vessels pulse, 33 heartbeats, flushing trapped motes toward kidney-filtered oblivion. Darkness behind lids teems with phantom motes, amber-green floating Rorschachs, teasing meaning from fatigue. Your wrist rolls, fingertips brushing thigh, raising a small storm visible only to skin's third eye. A final loose hair snags 7 sparks, a bejeweled scimitar curving toward collarbone ravine. Silence thickens, the mill's ambient hum lowering, as if cotton plugs your ears. 12 specks cling to your left iris, half blurring the world, half gilding it in sepia fog. Somewhere, a child's perfect soap bubble pops, releasing its captive universe of wobbling dust angels. Warmth spreads, fibers merging with skin cells, no longer separate, just atoms arranging, rearranging, accepting. The space between breaths stretches a hammock, woven from dusk threads, each knot tied with motes still spinning, spinning, spinning. The reed pen grazes your collarbone, each swing brushing skin, like a metronome forgotten mid-tempo. Silk threads whisper against neck hairs. Egyptian weavers once spun 18 types from sacred scarab cocoons. A copper clasp taps your sternum, muffled as a pocket watch swaddled in moth-eaten velvet. Historians still argue whether scribes blunted reed tips to slow their hands, or kept them dagger-sharp for ink-stabbed parchment. Your breath sinks with the sway, 3 beats left, 2 beats right, imbalanced, as a drunk cardinal's processional march. Ottoman scribes stored spare pens behind ears, a forest of quills framing their frowns. This one escaped, dangling now from rafters, like a hanged pirate's final loot. Sunlight stripes the reed, revealing teeth marks near its nib. Some novices' stress chewed through hieroglyphics homework. Nubian ink masters believed pens dreamt of every word they'd scratched, alphabets tangling in fibrous dreams. The nib drags, tickling sweat, into a Morse code even telegraphers couldn't decipher. Copper warms against your pulse, oxidation, leaving mint-green traces like lichen on sundials. You recall Venetian merchant ledgers, those fat books bound in remorse, each entry stabbed by reeds dipped in squid grief ink. 3 swings later, the clasps, rhythm skips, your heartbeat stealing a 10th note from its tempo. Silk phrase where thread meets reed, 18 microfibers, surrendering to gravity's soft persuasion. Coptic nuns threaded pens with hair, their own braids, securing tools for gospel copying marathons. You smirk, wondering whose scalp once anchored this derelict nib. Some balding scholar cursing split ends and deadlines. Wind nudges the pendulum path wider, now sketching lunar ellipses over your left clavicle. Persian love poets soaked reeds in rosewater, claiming thorns grew sweeter if pens remembered fragrance. Your shoulder tenses, halting the swing, a rebellion quashed when breath resumes its dictatorship. Barn swallows nest above their droppings, crusting the reed's shaft with accidental lacquer. Archivists found Mozart's grocery lists scribbled with goose quills, half the items misspelled, all the wine demands perfectly legible. The pen sways, casting leaping dog shadows over your throat, a silent zoetrope fluttering with each carotid thump. Ink stains mottle the reed's base, indigo fingerprints from hands now dust in Cordoban cemeteries. Your pinky twitches, mimicking scribes who spun pens during writer's block, a habit banned in Carthaginian scriptoria. For disturbing cosmic focus, tongue clicks dry yearning for the bamboo's sap-bitter tang, hoarded by monsoon-starved scribes. 12 swings now, the reed's tip tapping a Morse against your solar plexus. ... of nonsense. Mayan codices reveal scribes hallucinated from licking toxic ink, jaguar gods, dictating glyphs between convulsions. Shadows stretch, merging pen silhouette with sternum, a knitting needle poised to darn your ribcage seams. Heat warps the reed, curling its tip like a comma pausing mid-sentence, forever. Historians debate if Gutenberg's first press type mimicked reed-cut letters or defied tradition just to spite calligraphers. Silk threads fray further, each strand peeling like sunburnt skin, until 3 lone fibers hold civilization's last scribe tool aloft. Your laugh vibrates the clasp, copper jittering like a telegraph key, receiving bad news. Carthage's scroll taxers weighed reeds to levy writer fines, grams of potential heresy measured on bronze scales. Dust motes orbit the pen, celestial bodies worshipping their decaying god, each swing scattering acolytes. A knotted thread tickles clavicle, itch raised welts that'll linger like invisible tattoos. Talmudic scholars hid reeds in beard curls, emergency pens for sudden divine inspiration between courses. You crane sideways, letting gravity tug the nib leftward, a useless compass pointing only toward slackening muscles. Heartbeats shift, double time, stealing sway dominance back from lazy rafters. Amsterdam merchants auctioned execution pens reeds, snapped during bankruptcies, as lucky charms for dodging fiscal damnation. The reed trembles, silked noose tightening, as if sensing your pulse, plotting mutiny. Sunset gilds the pen amber, last light catching dried papyrus fibers jutting from its split tip. Your finger lifts, traps the reed mid-swing, Egyptian cedar scent, whispering, despite 3 centuries adrift. The clasp cools, copper leaching warmth, tick-tock fading into Venus murmur beneath skin. Retreating swallows shriek, their dives snapping one final silk tether, the reed tumbling down your chest. Its journey ends in your palm, fate's compass needle quivering, before stilling against lifeline creases. Eyelids bloom scarlet first, the same sumac dye Carthaginian weavers used for royal veils that hid brides from jealous sea gods. That acidic tang lingers, staining your inner sight, as if you've pressed palms against squeezed berries. Historians still argue whether North African dye vats doubled as medicinal baths, those sour steams curring insomnia, or just staining fool's pink. Burnt orange follows, muted as desert kangling robes worn by Berber caravanners who napped atop spice sacks. Your temples pulse, rhythm matching the lazy swirl of sediment settling in some forgotten vat. Some fringe scholars claim medieval dyers hallucinated guardian spirits in those swirling patterns, saw jinns doing the foxtrot in turquoise silt. Then comes the blue, not sky or lapis, but the thick indigo slumber pooling at the bottom of fermentation pots. Moorish vat tenders sang to their dye like ornery infants, lullabies sour with vinegar breath. One blink, two, the blue deepens, colonizing your skull like twilight troops invading a defenseless citadel. No external sun now, just this internal dusk, franchising itself across your neural hinterlands. Portuguese merchants once smuggled sumac seeds in hollow crucifix handles, thieves crossing themselves at every customs check. You feel like those seeds, hidden cargo, heat radiating through porous bone walls. The scarlet returns darker, as if filtered through eyelids become stained glass cathedral panes. Alchemists believed sumac-dyed cloth could transmute dreams, turn nightmare wolves into docile sheep if you napped under enough yards. Your breath hitches, caught between pigments, fighting the chemical urge to count imaginary sheep. Orange bleeds back in, pulsing like a warning lamp on some sinking Phoenician galley. Tunisian dyers timed dye dips by holding their breath underwater, pitting human lungs against indigo's patience. Your own lungs rebel, demanding oxygen over aesthetics, drowning in color instead of brine. That blue again, thick as vat sludge, filling sinus cavities with the musk of oversteeped leaves. Historians debate whether the famous Timbuktu indigo riots started over sabotaged vats, or just sun madness from staring at dye pits too long. Your toes curl, archiving the sensation like crumpled parchment receipts for sensory invoices. Scarlet spikes needling through optic nerves with the insistence of a Fatimid tax collector. You half remember sumac's relation to poison ivy, cousins sharing toxic gossip through root systems. Is this why eyelids itch? Some allergic treason bubbling beneath the skin. Orange and blue marry, now birthing unstable violet children that cavort behind kneecaps. A niche medieval treatise claimed purple dyes induced prophetic dreams if you napped on cloth dyed during Venus-ruled hours. Your hip twitches, kicking at a phantom weaver's shuttle, cold linen twisting like a wrestler's grip. The colors stabilize, layering like sedimentary rock, each hue whispering secrets of dead dyer guilds. Mamluk textile codes forbade certain dye sequences, believing crimson azure blends invoked war jinns. Your jaw unclenches, teeth releasing enamel screams into the color storm. A surrender documented in capillary flickers. Dust motes float across the inner spectacle, microscopic ushers guiding your focus deeper. One mote resembles a tiny dyer's paddle, stirring your cortex into deeper submission. Historians still bicker over the 3 lost Alexandrian dye manuals, burned for heresy, or repurposed as fish wrap by illiterate dockworkers. Scarlet fades, orange retreats, blue gentles into something between twilight and faded denim. Dutch merchants auctioned mood indigo vats in the 1600s, claiming each batch had unique humors. Your tongue tastes copper, or is that memory of licking stamped guild coins as a bored child? Lids grow heavier, each pigment settling like sediment in a wine amphora buried too deep. Persian love poets compared closed eyes to dyed silk, spun from insomnia's unraveling threads. You almost laugh, but the colors tighten their grip, insisting on monochromatic obedience. Final blink, indigo wins, subsuming all rivals into oceanic uniformity. Some say dyers went half-blind from staring into vats, their retinas surrendering to blue's soft conquest. You don't fight it, letting the tide lift ankles, then hips, then the stubborn raft of your shoulders. A distant memory floats, child you stealing sumac berries, stained fingers proof of crime. Your mother scolded, then laughed, dipping her own hands into the pulp to join your rebellion. That stolen scarlet lingers, even now, smearing across the inside of your skull like war paint. Breath slows, each exhale ruffling the inner dusk like wind over dye vats. Moorish apprentices knew better than to yawn near indigo pits. Superstition claiming dreams could taint the color's purity. Your open mouth invites no gins, only the metallic aftertaste of copper coins dissolving on a dry tongue. Colors dim, but don't disappear, retreating to the peripheral edges of consciousness. Byzantine nuns drank sumac tea before bed, believing it dyed dreams pious scarlet instead of sin black. Your scapulae sink, mimicking dye paddle, sinks into exhausted vats, stirring nothing but surrender. One last hue, the color of pulped mulberries, left to ferment in forgotten jars, permeates the marrow. Historians debate if Genoese traders invented sleep tithes, charging extra for indigo shipments transported under full moons. The darkness feels expensive now, each second accruing interest in a currency of swallowed light. Fingertips tingle, dye-run electricity, dancing under nails like tipsy dervishes. You imagine ground sumac between molars, that citrus-sour tang wasted on dormant taste buds. The internal sunset simmers, coals cooling, embers blinking out one by quenched synapse. Lids seal at last, final color a non-color, the void where all pigments retire when the dyers snuff their lamps. Your skull's sun sputters, but doesn't die, banked beneath stratas of silt-heavy blue, awaiting dawn's distant pulley system to reel it back. The groan starts low, a wooden protest from rusty pulleys, hoisting bundled paper skyward. Ottoman cranes used similar rope-end counterweight systems, engineered by sailors bored between naval campaigns. Your toes flex, anticipating the brush of fresh sheets, descending like exhausted doves. Historians still debate whether paper mill apprentices hid love notes between pulp layers, or just doodled rude camels in the margins. Bundles sway, hemp cords creaking under the greed of gravity. Each stack contains 99 sheets. Medieval mills avoided round numbers to confuse tax assessors. A corner kisses your left foot, fibers still damp with the algae scent of vat water. You imagine the crane's neck as a giant flamingo pecking at clouds instead of shrimp. The rope shudders, releasing another inch of freedom to the payload. Fibers whisper secrets, this batch probably mixed with mulberry bark and old tax scrolls. 15th century, Italian merchants claimed paper stuffed with bureaucratic lies made softer bedding. Your ankle itches, but laziness wins, letting the sheet flirt with your skin like a shy suitor. Down it drifts, each bundled ream shedding dust motes that glitter like fake diamonds. Coddies in Fez, supposedly napped under fresh paper stacks, believing the blank sheets absorbed their indecisiveness. Your shoulders imitate the crane's lurch, sinking into warm cobblestones as the burden above lightens. One fringe theory insists certain mills added laudanum to pulp vats, ensuring client loyalty through subtle addiction. The lowest sheet grazes your big toe, its featherweight touch triggering a spinal sigh. Moorish papermakers timed dips by singing alphabet lullabies to trembling pulp mats. You hum along, off-key, mocking the crane's metallic whine with vibrato nobody hears. Historians still bicker whether paper quality declined after 1492, or if modern scholars just miss the smell of moldy genius. Fingertips rise, meeting the descending stack as it hurtles toward your shins. The top sheet bears a watermark, a strutting rooster stolen from some Catalan noble's crest. Your childhood self smirks, remembering failed attempts to forge doctor's notes with lemon juice and candle smoke. The fibers taste like boredom when you lick them. Or maybe that's residual sumac dye from Section 16's eye-staining escapade. Hemp fibers fray, spilling threads that stick to your shins like overcooked spaghetti. Alexandrian scribes allegedly paid extra for paper scented with saffron, a flex before parchment purists. Your knees buckle playfully, not from weight, but the sheer absurdity of floating sheets massaging your leg hair. Someone's uncle probably wrote a thriller about murder by paper cut in a Marrakesh mill. You make a mental note to avoid paper-based assassins post-nap. The crane hiccups, briefly jailing sheets midair before resuming their sleepy descent. Each page wears a deckled edge, the pulp tier as erratic as your 6th grade haircut. A joke forms, something about origami cranes folding themselves, but your brain vetoes it as pre-sleep nonsense. Venetian traders weighed paper in dream ounces, 16 sheets, equaling one decent siesta. Coolness spreads where sheets settle their dampness, defying courtyard heat like rebellious snowflakes. Your hips ascend, not literally, but through that weightless illusion pulleys excel at fabricating. A niche Cordoban sect worshipped papyrus reeds, offering ink libations during lunar eclipses. Their graffiti probably clogged ancient plumbing. Shoulders melt now, negotiating surrender with gravity's interns. The crane creaks, exhausted but disciplined, rotating just enough to avoid crushing your fragile ankle bones. Historians still argue whether Genghis Khan's spies traded military secrets for illuminated rice paper, or just stole better pens from bureaucrats. Your spine becomes a compromise between pulp and stone, supported but not smothered. Last week's sunburn hisses at the paper's kiss, happy for any excuse to stop peeling. Sheets pile higher, burying calves under softness that smells like library basements and plum jam. A rogue sheet escapes, fluttering sideways to caress your elbow's forgotten divot. Papermakers called these flyaways omens of virility or bad harvests, depending on wind direction. Your breath syncs with crane rotations, inhaling hemp dust, exhaling misplaced ambition. Mamluk poets wrote odes to paper's whisper, the original white noise machines for Anosopper. Lids droop, lashes dusted with particles that'll make tomorrow's mirror a fiber optic spectacle. Sheets reach your knees, their descent slowing like honey sliding down a twilight spoon. One unpublished theory suggests medieval insomniacs counted watermark patterns instead of sheep. You tested tracing that Catalan rooster with toe gymnastics until its comb blurs into retinal-free verse. Weightlessness shifts, your torso now buoyant as the crane releases its final burden. Ottoman pulley systems inspired Renaissance painters, their dangling saints mimicking well-oiled counterweights. Hips levitate, guided by amateurish levitation or sheer delusion. It hardly matters. Your last coherent thought praises whoever invented the siesta, saint or sinner, mechanic or slacker. Arms drift unmoored as paper stacks complete their asylum around your limbs. The crane mutters its job done, joints rusting back into stoic silence. Historians still wonder if paper mills secretly funded astronomy, those star maps needing something smoother than sheep gut to chart comets. Your throat releases a vowel nobody hears, rising sweet and utterly pointless as the last sheet settles. Purple bleeds across linen, a fig jam nebula expanding from your forgotten thumbprint. Ottoman breakfast spreads included these preserves, stolen from Byzantine beehives lining the Adriatic. Stickiness throbs, pulling time into its syrupy event horizon. Bees materialize, 3, no, 7 attracted to the stain's pelvic constellation. 1 crawls up your inner thigh, loot from a flower war only insects recall. Sleep historians argue whether sultanate kitchens added poppy extract to jams. or just relied on natural sugar comas. The stain cools, thickening into a galactic smear between your rib and floating hip. Moorish nursemaids spread fig goo on teething gums, its enzymes numbing pain better than stale bread. You lick your thumb, half expecting knowledge of ancient orchards, but taste only cheap copper from Section 30's vanished coins. A bee veers toward your left ear, wings tuned to the mill's defunct paper press rhythm. Its buzz syncs with your eardrum, an organic metronome for counting heartbeats. Apocryphal texts claim beekeepers near Marrakesh trained swarms to spell out love poems in midair. Sweat dilutes the jam, creating violet tributaries down your sunburned flank. Each drip carries echoes of Fes market chatter, silver scales, shouting fig prices in percentages nobody trusts. Your vertebrae float, untethered, above the sticky supernova, consuming your waistband. Another bee lands its legs, dusted with pollen, like tiny crime scene investigators. It traces the stain's edge, probing cracks in the dried jelly crust. Medieval alchemists used fig residue to bind invisible inks, revealed only by moon-gazing addicts. The first beetle arrives, drawn by rumors of a jam-drunk's paradise. Its iridescent shell bumps the lead bee, sparking a territorial shuffle your drowsiness misinterprets as hieroglyphics. Ottoman court painters immortalized sultans with fig-stained fingers, a status symbol for those too rich to lick themselves clean. Your elbow wrinkles, creating canyons where jam rivers slow to molasses. A distant fig tree rustles, though it might just be the paper mill's dying waterwheel. Historians still debate whether Andalusian love letters used jam as perfume or just blotting paper. A second thumbprint appears ghost twin to the first, without memory of application. This one pulses warmer, as if alive, circling the original stain like a jealous moon. Bees hum louder, vibrating the linen fibers into concertina folds against your hip bone. Sugar crystals spark inward, constellations born from careless snacking during Section 12's Rosewater interlude. The stain now spans 4 imaginary kingdoms, complete with raisin citadel outposts and almond soldier garrisons. Your breath hitches, caught between bee patrols, and an invasive daydream about becoming human toast. Linen stiffens, crunching softly under shifting shoulder blades. Moorish chemists boiled figs with alum to create purple dyes, their exact formula lost when a jealous rival burned the recipes. The stain retaliates, deepening to bruised aubergine, a color Byzantine emperors reserved for their bastard children's nursery walls. A bee reaches your earlobe, testing the cartilage with friendly mandibles. Its cousin follows, antennae tickling the helix into flinching laughter. You recall Section 24's unfinished prayer, half wondering if fig-stained infidels get special access to drowsy paradise. Shadows from the mill's broken shutter paint bars across your jam nebula, jailer stripes for your stickiest impulses. 3 more bees dive-bomb the stain, their aerial ballet wobbling under pollen intoxication. A 13th century Persian poet compared bees to flying commas, pausing life's run-on sentences between naps. Your thumbnail scrapes dried jam absent-mindedly, releasing fig larvae fossils trapped since breakfast. Bees swarm the debris, wings fanning perfume notes of overripe grandeur and myrrh. Historians still argue whether fig preserves enslaved rebel princesses or freed them through strategic diabetes. The original thumbprint wrinkles, aging 80 years in 3 pulsations. Its edges curl up, forming a leathery map of imaginary colonies conquered between snores. Ottoman sailors spread fig jam on hardtack, discovering it repelled barnacles when smeared on hulls. Beetle number 2 mounts the stain's central dome, claiming it for chitinous royalty. Bees counterattack, buzzing Morse code obscenities your cochlea translates as lullaby. Your right pinky twitches, attempting to mediate, but gets stuck in a jam tectonic plate shift. Sunlight lasers through the linen's thin spots, transforming the nebula into stained glass. Each purple shard projects fig-shaped saints onto the mill's limestone walls. You blink, synchronizing phantom cathedral tour with the beetles waddle up your sternum. A rogue bee abandons diplomacy, plunging headfirst into jam's event horizon. Its hindquarters wiggle, a furry metronome counting down your remaining consciousness. Moorish children played Fig Queen. Whoever got stickiest ruled the afternoon nap roost. The stain cools further, crystallizing into something between candy and armor. Your ribs phase through it, hovering boneless above the linen's sugary battlefield. 11 bees now patrol the perimeter, sentries against cleanliness or dawn. You can't tell which. Eyelids negotiate surrender, lashes gummed shut by uninvited fig resin. Beetles throw a tiny victory, parade across your collarbone shells, gleaming like oil slick parade floats. Byzantium's worst emperors bathed in fig syrup, attracting fatal bee swarms their bodyguards, misinterpreted as divine approval. The mill's shadow stretches, merging your jam nebula with Section 29's cocoon threads. Historians still ponder whether fig addiction toppled more empires than gunpowder, or just made treaties stickier. Your last waking thought, wondering if the bees will write your epitaph in dotted pollen script. Wooden mallets drum the pulp vats, each thud flattening into something less than sound. Traditional paper mills timed their beat to afternoon prayers, workers bending like reeds between faith and labor. Your spine answers, lower vertebrae dropping through the linen, ribs flattening to pulp themselves. Something between wave and heartbeat laps your ears. Historians still argue whether Moroccan watermarks inspired Venetian glass patterns or vice versa. The mallet strikes lose their edges, blunt, wood sinking into liquid thunder now. Moorish papermakers preferred hemp cheaper than cotton and tougher than sultanate promises. Your shoulder blades dissolve, scapulae becoming twin sails on a paper boat. The rhythm syncs with section 17's crane pulley groan, the one that lowered sheets like hesitant ghosts. Each thump costs a thought until thinking feels as necessary as alphabetizing raindrops. A master papermaker could judge pulp density by the mallet's echo, counting seconds between strike and splash. Your ribs mimic the test, bones vibrating softer, until even marrow feels steam-softened. 14th century Cairo manuscripts mention a pulp so fine it dissolved in moonlight, leaving blank pages for demons to autograph. Left hip surrenders first, sinking through the workbench-turned bed like watermark through sheet. The mallets falter, missing a beat, and you briefly miss your skeleton's company. Night shift, workers supposedly added poppy syrup to the pulp vats, ensuring documents slept as soundly as kings. Dust motes swirl above, forming mallet-shaped constellations with each new thud. Fibers separate in the vats, below your tendons doing the same. One stubborn muscle near the left kidney clenches, a last holdout against the rhythm's infiltration. Ottoman tax records were intentionally pulped with mint leaves, masking embezzlement behind fresh herbal whiffs. Two mallets strike at once, wood cracking like a walnut underfoot. The resulting silence stretches long enough for 3 vertebrae to cram back into place before the rhythm resumes. Researchers dissected 16th century documents, finding nose prints from bored scribes pressed against damp sheets. Breath sinking now, inhale on lift, exhale on downstroke. Lungs feel scooped empty, refilled with linen dust and attic air. Your sternum caves gently, that antique clavicle necklace from section 15, swinging without a neck to anchor it. Mallet handles wore grooves into workers' palms, calluses thick enough to deflect bread knives. The left pinky twitches, conducting an orchestra of dying echoes between strikes. 5 mallet heads. Wait, no. 3, your math skills dissolving like sizing gelatin. Historians still debate whether Spanish watermarks secretly mapped troop movements or just traced thirsty monks' beer spills. Pulp sloshes rhythmically, a sound felt more in molars than eardrums. Jaw unhinges, tongue flattening against the workbench like rejected stationery. Moorish love letters often held trace pulp, the recipient's tears revealing hidden verses kissed into existence. Something warm spreads where spine meets bench. Not blood, but vat-warmed hemp fiber seeping through linen pores. Your vertebrae float, separate stones in a river smoothed by endless repetition. Workers' children napped in discarded pulp piles, their hair bleaching white from lye residue, mimicking elderly scholars by age 6. Mallets skip again, a stuttering gait that coaxes your right eyelid open. Shadows pool in the hollow of your throat, a liquid darker than section 26's sumac dye sunset. Pulp vats needed constant stirring, workers' legs developing permanent swirl patterns in their calf muscles. 14 strikes, you count, before losing track to a yawn wide enough for caravans. The mallets blur into hive drones, cousins to Section 18's bees, but less inclined toward fig-based diplomacy. Algerians wrote court documents on fig pulp paper, its sweetness attracting archivists, silverfish, into diabetic comas. Shoulders slump, finally, decades of tension, bleeding into the workbench grain. Historians found pulp-flecked fingerprints on Mamluk divorce decrees, evidence of clerks snacking on honeycakes mid-scribble. Your collarbones melt, hot wax, over candlelit bureaucracy. Right hip follows the left's descent, pelvis becoming a raft on sluggish waters. Moorish engineers crafted special mallets weighted with lead to crush rebellions faster than flax stalks. The rhythm simplifies. 1-2, 1-2, a lullaby for rib cages learning collapse. Someone coughs 3 rooms away, the mallet boy clearing quartz dust from tender lungs. Your own breath feels fibrous, each exhale shedding papery cells into the humid air. Rabat's master papermakers developed a cough syrup pulp thick that gagged patients into silence. Teeth unclench, lower jaw tilting like a jammed press. Tongue adheres to palate, gummed by the same fish glue sizing centuries-old scrolls. Mallet strikes blur, aging into white noise, until even the gaps between beats fade. Eyelids seal completely, lashes gummed with starch and surrender. Pulp vats simmer below, steam rising to haunt your pores. Ottoman census takers documented 83 paper mills, neglecting to count the ones hidden in attics for forbidden love notes. The final mallet falls, its echo absorbed by your spongiform bones. Historians still ponder whether paper mill rhythms inspired Sufi dance cycles or just numbed workers into trances. Rib cage settles, flattened sheet awaiting tomorrow's ink. A strand dips toward your chest, saffron's gold glowing without flame. Each fiber pulses, heat rising like steam from Section 19's spice sacks. But languid, no hurry at all. Moorish alchemists prized saffron threads, allegedly crushing them into ink for royal wedding invitations. The scent hooks under your jaw, muscles unraveling like poorly spun yarn. You reach without lifting a hand, fingers ghosting the thread's fuzzy halo. Historians still argue whether Sufis climbed rope ladders in trances or just inhaled too much dye vat fumes. Climbing feels unnecessary, the thread already stitching itself through your collarbones. Its warmth mirrors the linen pillow from Section 5, but older, sun-baked over merchant caravans. Another strand brushes your knee, this one beaded with resin tears. Saffron harvesters in Andalusia supposedly hummed lullabies to the crocus flowers, convinced harsh notes made the stamens bitter. Laziness wins. You let the thread loop your ankle, tugging gently as a tide. Alexandria's lighthouse flickers in memory, its lens polished with saffron oil, according to scrolls too delusional to archive. 5 more threads descend, a ladder only spiders would endorse. You count them 1, 2, 3, then lose interest near 4. Remember Section 12's rosewater fingerprints. They'd stain these strands pink, creating a sunrise neither awake nor asleep. Saffron traders wore shoes with hollow heels, smuggling threads past tax collectors, soles smelling like expensive soup. The central thread thickens, coiling around your wrist like a sleepy viper. Pulse slows, matching the golden spiral's chokehold, gentle as a nurse's blood pressure cuff. Moorish weavers spun saffron into bridal veils, claiming the scent warded off jinn with bad manners. Your elbow becomes a pivot point, the thread swinging you sideways without permission. Laughter bubbles soundless as the threads multiply into a hammock. Remember Section 11's swaying drying racks. This feels dumber, but softer. You sink, ribcage cradled saffron spice, replacing lung air with something like gilded mud. Historians found hallucination recipes in a pharmacist's marginalia. 3 pinches saffron, 2 of nutmeg. Results, including angels lecturing about turnips. Strands split further, weaving under your shoulder blades. Skeletal hammock, perfected. Blinking seems wasteful, each eyelid weighing more than Section 28's honeyed knuckles. A thread taps your forehead, insistent, but you've forgotten how to obey commands. Medieval nuns ate saffron cakes before prayer, reporting visions of crucified sheep, though their abbess banned second helpings. Silk moths from Section 29 flutter nearby, jealous of your new cocoon. One lands on your thumb, its wings leaving dusty compliments against your skin. The threads tighten, not unkindly, drawing your knees toward chest fetal position achieved without effort. Ottoman chefs tossed saffron into borek dough, dyeing treasonous letters, hidden inside, the ultimate food poisoning. A strand slips between lips, tasting of salt and stolen sunlight. Tongue nudges it, half expecting Section 18's fig jam sweetness. But this flavor burns older. You consider biting. Would it crumble like parchment, or snap like a diplomat's patience? Moorish children played with discarded threads, staining their hands gold for weeks, pretending to be walking coins. Shadows climb the saffron ropes, Section 7's crescent shapes reduced to faint size. Direction blurs, up could be down, left borrows right's trousers, coordinates disbanded. Historians still debate whether Marco Polo exaggerated saffron's cost or just sucked at bargaining with Venetians. Your big toe protests, numb from thread pressure, the only complaint your body bothers filing. Breath sinks to the strand's sway, inhalations shorter than the gaps between them. Lungs fill with particulate gold, exhales gilding the dust from Section 14's floating motes. A thread snakes into your ear, whispering ledger entries from Genoese spice ledger's debits, credits, the monotony soothing as a lullaby. 3 threads vibrate, humming like Section 21's cardamom sax, purring. Sound travels up your spine, neck, bones, conducting discordant luxury. Your left hip, still sore from Section 19's mallet rhythm, unclenches at last. Persian cats in bazaars slept on saffron sacks, their fur turning sunset orange, fooling tourists into buying magic kittens. One rebellious strand flicks your nose, annoyed by your apathy. You cross eyes trying to watch it, the effort exhausting as Section 3's bamboo mold measurements. Saffron's glow intensifies, not brighter, but deeper, a yellow that borrows from tomorrow's sunlight. Andalusia's painters ground threads into pigment, their Virgin Marys sneezing mid-portrait, halos itchy with pollen, weight evaporates, strands dissolving at the points of contact. You float, not supported, but ignored by gravity's brittle laws. The remaining threads fray, split ends catching on the slow exodus of breath. Historians found a smuggler's diary sewn into a mattress with saffron threads, complaining about moths eating his profits. Golden dust coats your throat, swallowed with the apathy of a monk sipping tepid tea. Your pulse taps Morse code against the dissolving ladder, dots, dashes, all meaning rinsed out. Sultan maimed Ai once carpeted his court in saffron threads, so envoys stuck to the floor, forced to negotiate from their knees, palms open, thread fragments scattering like overdue confetti. Sections blur, the linen pillow, the fig jam nebula, the crane police sigh, all converging here. You forget why saffron mattered. Only its absence leaves a warm vacancy under the jaw. Eyelids surrender their last vantage point, threads disintegrating into retinal afterimages. Historians still argue whether saffron induced prophetic dreams or just expensive naps. One final strand clings to your pinky, a forgotten leash, tethering nothing to nowhere before snapping soundlessly. Fingers curl, not grasping, just folding into the damp imprint your body leaves behind. The ladder was never about climbing, only the gold staining your sweat pores. Moorish queens bathed in saffron milk, their skin glowing for weeks, until jealousy made their husbands mandate cloudy baths. Silence pools where threads once spun, not empty, but scented like a kitchen after baking Section 27's honey cakes. Breath steeps in residual spice, a tea steeped too long bitterness, tempered by fatigue. The dream ladder leaves no rungs, only the ache of muscles that almost moved. Saffron's ghost heat lingers, a broth cooling on the tongue, a senator's bribe dissolving in rain. Your collarbones echo the strand's paths, indentations mapping a route your bones refuse to recall. Wind stirs, thread remnants lifting like counterfeit fireflies. They merge with Section 30's coin ripples, gold swallowed by irrigation ditches, debt unpaid. Historians will never find your portion of the ladder, stuck between molars, brushed away at dawn with sour mint. You exhale, a sigh dyed pale yellow, threading itself through the mill's stagnant air. Sleeping means forgetting saffron's weight, the cost, the ladder's false promise of altitude. Sections 21's spice sacks sigh in unison, their bellies deflating your body, just another cargo settling. Taste buds finally submit, saffron's tang fading behind molars. Tongue lies heavy, section 23's lost button, now glued to its underside. The dark feels warmer, where threads once glowed, pockets of absence kinder than light. A single thread trembles, caught on your eyelash, too frail to bear even a blink. Your final thought weights less than pollen, less than the steam off section 16's dye vat. Let historians argue whether you climbed or fell. The latter exists only in its unspooling. Shoulder blades dig into linen, thread impressions fading like old watermarks. Saffron's ghost heat lingers, an echo, the afterimage of an alchemist's pipe dream. Breath slows, stealing rhythm from section 5's harvesters, their scythes swinging long after fields lie fallow. The last golden particle settles, nesting below your left ear, a cocoon for dreams too tired to emerge. Your skull cradles it, this stolen fleck of luxury, this overpriced particle of nap. Moorish moths will covet its glow come dawn, battering wings against your ear, a lullaby of persistent want. Coolness spreads where threads once burned a mercy, as old as merchants' cheating scales. You dim, the saffron reeled back into its spool, dream's ladder, retracting like a scholar's faulty premise. Archaeologists will miss this moment, too busy squabbling over whether threads were ropes, ladders, or nooses. Your sigh unravels the final filament, a breath ode to the silence between mallet strikes. Cardamom sacks slump around you, bulging bellies, exhaling ancient trade routes. Their burlap pours wheat musk, cloves, crushed coriander, the ghost of camel caravans dragging dust across Oman's spine. You sink into their perimeter, each sack warmer than section 19's spice-laden mallet strikes, softer than section 5's milkweed pillows. Shadows pool where burlap touches stone, damp patches mimicking thunderheads on a horizon. The sacks inhale as you exhale, their rhythm smothering the mill's waterwheel creak into a murmur. Venetian merchants traded cardamom in lead-sealed chests, fearing humidity would steal its value, a mainstream fact still choking economics textbooks. One sack nudges your hip, rising like bread dough, left near section 16's dyeing vat heat. Your palm flattens against coarse fabric, threads unraveling into cursive scars. Historians still argue whether cardamom bribed Byzantine border guards more effectively than silver. Evidence includes a tax ledger stained with cinnamon oil, burlap grain scratches fingerprints raw, a pleasant sting compared to section 12's rose water-slicked tiles. Another sack sighs, spilling black seeds into your lap, their shapes like miniature sarcophagi. You frown. Did Cleopatra really tuck cardamom pods into her wigs? Or did some drunken scribe confuse spice jars for hair ointment? The particles roll toward your knees, forming tiny dunes, every shift in weight rewriting their geography. A memory floats, section 27's honeyed knuckles, now overlapped by this darker perfume. Inhaling feels like licking a church censer, smoke and devotion crusted over centuries. Medieval apothecaries prescribed cardamom-plastered socks for frostbite. Patients reporting toes that glowed like pissed-off fireflies. Heat radiates through your thigh, where 3 sacks conspire to form a throne. Their rise and fall mimics lungs, if lungs hoarded the anguish of overpriced caravans. You count pulses, 8 per sack, 1632. Then lose track beneath section 22's waterwheel lullaby. Zanzibar's sultans buried cardamom with their dead, believing its scent confused grave-robbing gin. A fringe tidbit discovered in marginalia, dismissed as pepper hallucinations. A seam splits overhead, seeds cascading like brittle hail. They lodge in your hair, nest behind ears, tickle collarbones already imprinted by section 25's hemp thread veins. Trading ships ballasted their hulls with cardamom pods, only to dock with holds mysteriously emptied. Captains blamed singing rats or third mates with gambling debts. Never the spice's own restlessness. Your tongue swells with phantom flavors, cardamom's eucalyptus punch, morphing into section 18's fig jam, then souring into vat dye residue. Blinking stirs the musk, each eyelid lifting less than the last. Ottomans chewed pods during court intrigues, hiding nervous jaws behind silk handkerchiefs, a tick that got several viziers strangled for disrespectful chomping. Burlap grain imprints onto your cheek, weave patterns merging with section 7's crescent shadows. 1 sack deflates, pouring warmth across your ankles, its belly flattening like a punctured wineskin. Historians found child-sized fingerprints in a shipwreck's cardamom logs, proof of stowaways. Or just bored customs inspectors. Seeds vibrate beneath you, responding to the mill's submerged heartbeat. You press an ear to the floor grinding stones echo through wood grain reduced to something finer than regret. A cold pod slips under your shirt, nesting between shoulder blades, its edges jagged as section 3's bamboo molds. You lack the will to evict it. Let the spice claim vertebrae, your spine, now a new trade route. Musk thickens, air turns syrupy, the sack's breath stacking upon itself. Oxygen must share space with history, with greed, with the sweat of pickers, paid in salt and blindness. Ceylon's harvesters sang to cardamom plants, convincing roots to cradle pearls, only to dig up empty soil season after season. Light dims, not from sunset, but from burlaps, weave tightening overhead. The sacks loom, forming a canopy, a starless firmament stitched from plant sweat and warehouse ledgers. Your ribs compress on exhale, lungs bargaining for less space, less responsibility. Seeds skitter into your sleeves, exploring wrist creases, mapping pulse points like tiny pirates. Remember section 9's guard cat. It would have massacred these invaders, absently licking gold between execution licks. Instead, you let them conquer, ticklish and relentless. A sack exhales directly into your mouth, cardamom's burn cleansing section, 23's porcelain button, aftertaste. Coughing would require effort, So you dissolve the spice instead, throat lining, traded for ephemeral warmth. Shadows lose their edges, burlap walls bleeding into stone, into section. 14's dust constellations, weightless kingdoms rise between heartbeats. You govern them briefly, before the sack's rhythm resumes its dictatorship. Someone centuries ago pressed a hand right where your palm rests now, their sweat still staining the fibers. Equal parts dealer-thief or homesick sailor, their ghost adds no pressure, just a whisper of identical exhaustion. Auctioneers in Mumbai rubbed cardamom oil on coins to bless transactions or disguise copper as gold. Your knees sink deeper into seed drifts, a burial, accelerated by apathy. The mill's heartbeat falters, or maybe synchronizes with your sluggish veins. Waterwheel groans, replaced by something older. A pod cracks between molars, bitterness flooding tongue, an accidental rebellion against nap etiquette. Flavor curdles into metal, into section, 30's missing copper coins, then softens into something resembling forgiveness. Heat peaks, sacks fermenting in their collective exhalations. Then the temperature plummets, like a merchant's credit. Goosebumps rise. Section 13's moth wings tapping nowhere, burlap no longer breathing, just sagging. Silence arrives, not as absence, but as compacted dust, the aftermath of too much held breath. Even the mill's hidden heart stalls, waiting seeds suspended mid-creep toward floor cracks. Historians still argue whether cardamom fueled the Renaissance or just made bad biscuits tolerable. Your index finger twitches, scraping a seed into a tiny trench. Monsoon rains would drown it, sprout a green tendril, pierce the mill's roof in a century or two. But your nap outpaces botany. Burlap sags against your spine, stitching, unraveling, a thread, snagging on section 28's honey-colored knuckle scar. The spice fog lifts, revealing ordinary shadows, stone, a ceiling low enough to mock ambition. You slip sideways, unmourned by sacks, now retreating into fodder, into background. Cardamom's musk lingers like a spun coin, still rotating, waiting to choose its collapse. Tongue probes a seed fragment, last witness to your minor mutiny, its edges dissolving into grit. Cool air reclaims the courtyard, draft sneaking under doors, across section 16's discarded dye rags. Your lungs shed spice for simpler emptiness, each breath a negotiated truce, only half the sacks now watching. One final pod drops, missing your forehead, nestling in the seed graveyard you've become. The mill's heart stutters back to work, grinding what you couldn't consume. Waterwheels groan older, wearier, impossibly relieved. Eyelids weld themselves shut, burlap imprinted on their underside. Cardamom's reign ending, not with a puff, but a shrug. The spice needed your heat. You needed its weight, transaction completed without a single parchment contract. Morning will scrub this musk from your pores, workers trampling spent pods into the floor. Yet something lingers. No, not scent, the shape of the space where sacks pressed close, a vacancy you'll mistake for memory, for heartburn, for nothing worth explaining to historians. Sleep comes carrying cardamom's least ambitious seeds, dreams too lazy to flower, even in total darkness. Their voyage complete, when body meets stone, burlap returns to burlap, and the mill's heartbeat forgets your skin entirely. The water wheel's broken paddle ticks against its brothers, every third rotation missing a tooth. You count the gap, 2 splashes, silence, like Morse code for drowsiness. Your tongue traces where the wood should be, smooth lacquer replaced by air, something like sucking on a pearl divorced from its oyster. Engineers built these wheels to turn pulp into paper and regret into profit. Moorish mills relied on their groan, a mainstream fact forgotten until the axle shrieks. The missing tooth leaves a void wide enough for minnows or childhood fears to swim through unscathed. Damp wood smells older here, blackened by algae and bad decisions. You squint at the broken joint, edges worn softer than Section 23's lost button. Historians still argue whether workers sabotaged paddles to lighten workloads, or if ravenous river ghosts nibbled gaps for spite. Your fingertip finds the groove, polished by a decade of emptiness. Each revolution kicks up spray, cooling ankles already soggy from Section 20's wool blankets. 13-year-old apprentices once balanced here, tightrope walking the paddles during lunch breaks, eternity waiting in brown water below. A moss-slick rock juts where the paddle should kiss the current. Now, just an amateur drum solo. One mill near Fez installed copper paddles until workers pilfered them for cookpots. A quirky tidbit whispered in tavern ledgers. Iron gears grind above dry-mouthed spiders, delegating labor. Your wrist twitches in sync with the wheel's limp muscles mimicking the stutter step. Local legends claim missing paddles confuse time, each gap stealing seconds from clocks downstream. The broken rhythm seeps into your jaw molars, tapping Morse code for mercy. Moorish mathematicians mapped water's push against resistance, calculations smudged by pulp sludge. You hum against the lacquered rim, vibrations traveling up to Section 17's, sighing crane neck pulley. 2 dragonflies dart into the gap, mating midair, where wood once ruled. Their wings blur a biological apology for the wheel's stutter. Papermakers in Cordoba blamed broken paddles on golems, pinching splinters for their muddy ribs. Shadows pool in the hollow, forming puddles darker than Section 26's mastiff dreams. Every missing tooth requires compensation. The remaining paddles heave harder, squealing like gutted piglets. Your shoulders absorb their resentment, spine curving to match the wheel's wounded arc. A minnow darts through the gap, silver belly flashing, then gone beyond the mill race. Ottoman engineers bribed millers to break paddles, testing river current speeds for invasion barges. Historians found the payment receipts, folded into love poems stained with mulberry juice. Drool slicks your lower lip, gravity mimicking the waterfall's lazy descent. light fractures through splashes, throwing rainbow knives at limestone walls. One lazy joke: if the wheel ever fixes itself, the mill might produce punchlines instead of parchment. Your hips sway, left, right, left, matching the lopsided rotation. Missing parts teach anatomy, absence carved clean as a surgeon's incision. Remember how Section 9's guard cat licked its phantom tail. This wound shines prettier, no scar, just a lacquered shrug. The river forgives nothing. Each slap of intact wood sounds angrier, water punished for the gap's existence. Workers in Seville, napped inside idle wheels, hammocks strung from paddle to paddle, until some Erasmus scholar discovered optimal ergonomic curvature. Teeth chatter yours or the gears above. Cold bleeds from the river into stone, into your coccyx's protest. Missing teeth in nature signify survival. Shark mouths, bear traps. This wheel's just lazy. Eyelids sink with the silent gap, closing longer with each absence. Histories of hydraulic engineering gather dust, while your pulse learns uneven increments. One paddle cracks, dipping too deep, spray soaking your kneecaps with grudging accuracy. Feet numb inside section, 12's rose-water-scented footprints. The missing piece feels personal now, a neglect you should have mended. Yet the wheel endures, flawed hydrology still churning, still useful, still mocking perfectionism. Your spine grinds against the millstone base, vertebrae counting rotations between splashes. The rhythm nests behind your sternum, each hollowness echoed in lung tissue. Before the siesta fades, before the wheel rights itself, you sketch the absent paddle in your mind, smooth pearl where thunder should live. You shift, hip grinding into packed earth, and something round bites your femur. Not Section 22's missing pearl, but colder, smoother, a porcelain button lost when Ottoman robes still brushed these floors. Its curve fits the hollow of your palm like a cat's skull proof. Even empires shed trinkets in lazy moments. Workers dropped buttons, repairing waterwheels, carrying pulp, scrubbing dye vats. Mainstream fact: these ceramics mimicked Iznik pottery, cobalt vines curling around ivory petals, yet this one's unglazed, bare as a plucked chicken, the kind apprentices sewed inside hems for luck. Ottomans buried buttons with drowned papermakers, quiet superstition no ledger ever confessed. Your thumb rubs the center dimple, wearing it smoother than Section 9's tabby's nose. Coolness bleeds upward, hip bone to ribs, like reverse anesthesia. Historians still argue whether nobles sewed buttons onto burial shrouds, symbolic closures, or if dyers just used them as joke weights in young workers' caps. The rose pattern emerges slow, indentations fogged by your body heat, then sharpening. Not real roses, but Ottoman tulips, stylized to avoid blasphemy against nature's design. One quirky tidbit: rebel printmakers hid heretical poetry in button-carved stamps, crushing pulp into coded love notes. Sultans executed 3 men in Bursa for rhyming tulip with turncoat. Palm down, you let porcelain sip warmth from your skin. It drinks greedy, centuries spent frozen under Section 20's wool blankets, waiting for human touch. Button production peaked in 1630 back, when mill owners paid workers in cloth scraps and copper, not coins. Your spine arches, grinding the button deeper into silt, letting Ottoman arrogance scratch your iliac crest. 5 petals press back, each testing bone density, wondering why modern joints lack corsetry. Under your weight, it carves a temporary grave whiter than Section 16's sumac sunset. Rainbow oil slicks flash on its surface, recalling Section 12's rosewater swirls down drains. One lazy joke. You've become the nap queen archaeologists will dissect, future PhDs debating why your pelvis cradled dishwasher-safe treasure. Shadows from drying racks stripe the button, tattooing it with temporary captivity. Workers' wives polished these for weddings, rubbing until tulips gleamed like fresh sorbet. Nuns later sold them as Mary's teardrops to Venetian tourists, proving fraud transcends all faiths. Dust motes settle, some sticking to residual sweat on the ceramic. Your breath steams it matte, the way exhales fogged Section 29's moth cocoons. Ottoman military drills included button sewing marathons, 300 per hour, or face the paddle's kiss. Muscles soften, molding around the button like wet paper pulp. It's an anchor, a pit, a frozen teardrop, depending on your generosity. Historians found buttons inside fortress walls, stuffed between stones to mute invading armies' footsteps. Fingertips explore its edge flawless, except one chip from a millstone collision. Ottoman tax code deducted wages for damaged buttons, 5 acts per floral casualty. Imagine explaining that to your landlord. Sorry, rent's short because my tulip chipped during forklift jousting. A bee lands, probing porcelain pores for non-existent nectar. Its wings buzz quarter-tone lower than Section 19's looms, vibrations traveling up your sciatic nerve. 10-year-olds, sanded button blanks, inhaling glazed dust, their lungs outliving empires anyway. Light shifts, sun bleaching the tulip's arteries until they mimic your capillaries. Coolness fades, but the impression persists, ice branded on your hip like Section 25's hemp thread veins. Archaeologists once mislabeled button fragments as miniature chamber pot handles, triggering 3 thesis-length apologies. Eyelids droop, the button's whiteness becoming a moon wedged between muscle fibers. You are part excavation site, part laundry basket, part Ottoman payroll's loose end. Sleep peels back centuries, one petal imprint at a time, until machines dissolve into tulip fields. The bee abandons its ceramic flower, zipping toward Section 24's half-sung muezzin call. Your hip bone cradles history, now minus the lectures, the indentations blooming slower than empires collapse. Porcelain warms at last, body heat conquering 300 years of cellar chill. Ottoman roses unfold inside your joint, fluid petals dissolving, mixing with whatever dreams section 30's missing coins might buy. Your left ear catches the frayed edge of a call, not section 23's muffled button, but human voice unraveling between minarets. Muezzin notes snag on ironwork balconies, their silk threads dissolving before reaching Allah. You exhale, matching the melody's abandoned arc, letting its gaps fill with mill silence. Towers shaped sound in Moorish Spain, muezzins picked for throat depth, not piety. Mainstream fact: North African architects angled minarets away from wind, so desert gusts wouldn't shred prayer into nonsense. Yet this voice breaks clean halfway through Sunset's fourth verse, like section 19's snapped loom thread. Cotton traders timed naps to failed calls. Proof God approves unfinished business. The final syllable hangs, a honey drop trembling on section 18's fig-stained thumb. Historians still argue whether pauses were acoustic flaws or deliberate to let believers breathe with God. Cool stucco presses your cheek, each breath pocking the wall with temporary steam craters. Your lungs sink to the unsung rhythm, inhaling where Allahu Akbar should have climbed. One quirky tidbit: Cordoba's muezzins tested echoes with silk ribbons, tying them to vocal cords to measure vibrations. Chroniclers wrote 3 sultans died mid-call, ribbons strangling them during dramatic high notes. Dusk eats the voice's shadow, the silence left behind wider than section 15's floating reed pen. No crickets rush to fill it, no owls, just the mill's heartbeat under your right temple. Calligraphy students once transcribed broken prayers, their ink-mimicking voice cracks, selling them as God's stutter art. Sunset bleeds through lattice, striping your throat like a forgotten lyre. Your atoms apple bobs, trying to swallow the residual echo, but it sticks like section 7's palm shadow gallop. 18th century opera singers pilgrimaged here, stealing truncated melodies for tragic arias. Betty Horman's 1893 hit, The Muezzin's Sobs, owes royalties to this courtyard. Lips part, rehearsing the lost verse, but your tongue refuses the weight of ancient Arabic. Instead, a yawn unravels, 5 notes lower than the muezzin's peak. Ottoman sleep manuals prescribed half-heard prayers as sedatives, claiming interrupted divinity softens the brain. Teeth click shut, amplified in the sudden hush. Smile, you're basically a human chew toy for God's abandoned vowels. Checkmate, insomnia. Dust motes swirl where sound died, golden specks dancing to nothing. Minaret shadows stretch, knitting a net across your ankles, their geometry recalling section 6's dissolving tiles. Workers napped beneath towers, confident the Almighty would understand their snoring backup vocals. A child's laugh flies over the wall, puncturing the sacred pause with donkey cart pragmatism. Your shoulders drop, releasing tension section 21's spice sacks couldn't massage. Historians found muezzin guild contracts requiring restorative silences, 10 heartbeats per verse to refresh the divine pipeline. Palms upturn, catching sounds absence, like Section 20's saffron threads. Skin remembers vibration better than eardrums, the way your ribs still thrum from Section 9's purring cat. Wind riffles through uncut paper sheets, their flutter approximating the muezzin's lost vibrato. You assign meaning. That rasp is Bismillah, that sigh ramen each gust, rewriting the prayer book. Paper mill apprentices slept beneath drying Quran pages, dreaming in inky surahs. Eyelids shudder, but the voice flickers beneath them, a guttering candle of sound. Cave divers heard similar echoes in Andalusia's waterlogged mosques, half-drowned calls preserved for centuries. Scholars dubbed them Allah's aquariums, until local imams issued a fatwa against fishy divinity. Jaw unclenches, tongue pooling like Section 5's milkweed-stuffed pillow. The muezzin's silence isn't emptiness, it's an amphora waiting for your breath to fill it. Ottoman doctors diagnosed unfinished call syndrome in 1712, prescribing honeycomb and naps in library dumbwaiters. Left pinky twitches, conducting ghosts of melody. If you listen sidewise, the pulleys creak in B-flat, the waterwheel teeth click metronome time. Even the bee looping your head favors the muezzin's abandoned key. Night birds should have seized the stage, but they respect the vacuum. Only your large intestine gurgles an audition bassy and unimpressed. One corpse-worm joke. Your gut just recited Surah al-Fatiha backwards. Sleep now or risk founding a new heresy. Moonlight pries the courtyard open, its silver tongue lapping up residual echoes. The minaret's shadow bisects your chest, zipping your robe like Section 4's wind-shuffled alphabet. Mamluk princes paid for muezzins with clipped vowels, believing staccato prayers warded off jinn. Cotton fluff from Section 27's clouds nestles in your ear canal, muffling everything but your pulse. That drummer's been sloppy since Section 2's fountain hypnotized him. Fire the guy already. Cool stone leaches your heat, returning it as Section 16's indigo vats silver. You exhale into the call's footprint, your carbon dioxide incense for disappeared words. Historians still argue whether great muezzins inhaled pulverized Quran pages, absorbing holy syllables through their alveoli. Baghdadi archives mention black lung chanters, coughing up inky phlegm shaped like abandoned mosques. Cheek slides against stucco, smearing the muezzin's silence into your pores. Your breath becomes the next verse, the one he never sang, all nasal whistles and drone. Ottoman women bottled muezzins' exhales, selling them as dawn in a vial for insomniacs. The bee deserts your scalp, charting a path toward Section 25's hemp thread constellations. Your body stays behind, absorbing echoes like Section 12's rosewater drains. Fingers curl, not praying, just checking joints for residual vibrations. Sure enough, the left ring finger buzzes, its tremor synchronized to the muezzin's last vowel. Tax records show deaf millworkers paid extra to feel minaret tremors through factory floors. Throat muscles mimic the call's ascent, hitching your Adam's apple toward the nasal passage, forbidden, yet irresistible, to hum those notes into your forearm. Doing so summons section 11's phantom oud, its strings strung between your molars. Silence ripens, growing heavier than section 10's salt crystal blanket. You dissolve into its folds, a participle dangling from God's clipped sentence. Giza's Sphinx reportedly hums a similar tune if you press your ear to its sandstone hemorrhoids. Moonlight pools in your collarbones echo reservoir for future archaeocaustics. Let them debate whether your fossilized yawns contain sacred frequencies. They'll miss the obvious. Sleep needs no translation. The unfinalized call migrates inward, curling behind your uvula, a warm stone skipping through neural canals. Tomorrow's historians will call this a devotional pause. You call it Tuesday. Stars prickle awake, swaying to the rhythm the muezzin broke. Your next inhale hooks the melody's frayed end, grafting it to your diaphragm. Exhale stitches breath to silence, the seam perfectly invisible, barely there, gone. Blue wrists cradle the night air veins, pulsing beneath hemp threads strung from drying racks. Slender fibers crosshatch your skin, mapping pulse points like a lazy cartographer tracing rivers. Historians note Cordoba's mills ran on hemp, not papyrus, their vats bubbling until dawn. Each heartbeat pulls a thread tighter, your blood humming in time with forgotten looms. One quirky tidbit: workers believed hemp strands tuned their pulses, linking them to the paper's final breath. You test the theory, thump thump thud, against the threads, sagging toward your elbow. Rough twine cools the inner wrist, where nurses prod for fragile truths. Ottoman medics prescribed hempressed binds for fever, claiming fibers absorbed illness through capillary whispers. Thread shadows climb your forearm, blue highways converging at the creased elbow. Linnet, that's what they called papermakers' forearms, stained indigo from vat fumes. Your own skin remains unmarked pale canvas for this temporary tattoo of twine. A breeze repositions the threads, rewriting your vasculature with each gust. Knuckles flex, threads dangle like marionette strings cut by a bored puppeteer. Historians still argue whether hemp wraps truly lowered fevers or just distracted patients with itchiness. Blood swells against a particularly taut strand, your pulse now dictating the sway of hanging paper sheets. 2 racks over untethered hemp dances solo free of fleshy metronomes. Linen fibers blur into wrist canyons, your vision softening at the edges like wet parchment. Veins don't vanish. They simple trade cerulean for the thread's dusty oatmeal hue. That stubborn capillary near the thumb web, converted now, just another warp thread in the grand weave. Moorish traders prized vein-patterned paper, believing circulatory maps guided luck. A drowsy chuckle escapes you. Who knew becoming stationary required so little effort? Lift the hand, Threads cling briefly, reluctant to release their new plaything. Blood flow shivers in protest, confused by the sudden promotion to art supply. Moonlight glazes the threads, transforming them into frozen harp strings above your arm. Your ulnar artery plucks a silent note, vibrating through flaxen cords. 10th century weavers slept under hemp nets, dreaming their veins merged with suspended threads. Wake up cross-stitched, or so the nursery rhymes warned. Fingertips graze a dangling cord, its roughness already fading into skin texture. Pulse migrates northward, wrist surrendering rhythm to the forearm's thicker highway. Threads follow, slithering like thirsty ivy toward your inner elbow. Anatomical diagrams would weep at this rearrangement. Close your eyes, the better to feel the transformation. Plasma thinning, red cells aligning into perfect cellulose rows. Historians found ledgers comparing blood types to paper grades, type O for butcher stock, Ob for gilded Qurans. Your A-positive flow, now midweight vellum, serviceable, unpretentious, commodity drift. Hemp fibers breach the skin, painless as a mosquito's retreat. They braid with Venus branches, collaborating on some new hybrid tapestry. Your pinky twitches, half thread puppet, half biological relic. 3 racks away, unsold paper sheets flap in sympathy. Breathe shallow, the command implicit in tightening threads. Each inhalation feeds them, exhalations lightening the load. Ever seen a scarecrow molt? Reverse that, your flesh unraveling into something both less and more. Veins flatten, submitting to geometric purity. Gone the chaotic capillaries, the unruly spider veins behind the knees. Threads draft order from cardiovascular chaos. Straight lines only, no arabesques allowed. Ottoman pattern books banned organic shapes. Yet, here's your circulatory system, finally in compliance. Something dislodges at the collarbone, a fibrous sigh, as linen claims the last centimeter of aorta. The heart stalls, not frightened, just recalibrating for hollow rhythms. You are rag pulp now, gently stirred in some apprentice vat, cupric dizzed, but oxygenated, ready for the screen. Historians still argue whether Cordobas, linen saints, were holy men or papermakers mid-transformation. Manuscripts describe them glowing in moonlit courtyards, threads piercing slack skin. Your left hand levitates, palm patterned with hemp's grid like a stigmata of industry. The final thread hooks beneath the jaw, threading the jugular's desperate flutter. No pain, just the click-click of compartments locking. What was vein is fiber, what pumped now imprints. Laughter turbines, somewhere distant, probably section 26's snoring dog. Your lungs compress, adapting to airless existence. No need for breath when your medium, not message, dawn's humidity will smoothen your edges, blotting any last animal irregularities. Pulse becomes decal, that ragged edge framing handmade paper. Your remaining ear hears it, the rasp of self against drying line. Threads approve, retracting their grip now that the job's done. weightlessness. Not section 17's pulley drop, but true null gravity. Blue wrists pale to cream, thread patterns lingering like seasickness swirls. Arteries remember their roots, hesitant rivers returning to familiar beds. Blood resumes its old song, threads retreating overhead, slightly stickier than before. Their betrayal, faint hemp dust glitter in your capillaries, first moon colonies of the insurrection. Grip the loose threads, not vengeance, just curiosity. They hum against your reclaimed fingerprints, alive with what they almost stole. Mill workers called this thread sickness, the urge to strangle hemp strands post-transformation. Don't. Sunrise bleaches the fibers silver, your arm just flesh again, pulse frantic as a scribe's deadline heartbeat. Somewhere in Cordoba's archives, your veins remain inked onto ledger paper 33. Rotate the wrist, watch tendons flex beneath translucent skin. Temporary linen, eternal punchline. The body's joke, always reverting to meet no matter how poetic the escape. Threads sway empty, ready for the next willing volunteer. You touch your throat, confirm the jugular's liquid obedience. Good. Sleep requires blood, not its paper imitation. 800 years ago, a worker stood here, watching his veins hike northward along hemp vines. He blinked, you blink, the shared synapse bridging centuries. Historians call it occupational hallucination. You call it quitting time. Twine nestles your ankle, one last caress before the shift whistle. Your veins thicken, reluctantly, clinging to linen's elegant grammar. Hemp dust will haunt your showers for weeks, rust-colored swirls circling the drain. Air winks through the drying racks, threads dancing their gossamer jig. Your pulse steadies, traitorous spark back in its cage. The transformation reversed, but the blueprint remains, waiting for weaker nights. Walk away, threads combing your shadow with spectral fingers. Each step restores animal heat, the scandalous messiness of living tissue. Paper was cleaner, but lacked your thrumming, vulgar heart. Moonlight abandons the hemp lines your veins blue once more. Just blood, just meat, just borrowed time. The mill's heartbeat syncs with yours, unimpressed by temporary upgrades. Pulpmaker, ragman, linen saint, all costumes crumple before dawn's shift whistle. Tug your sleeve down, cover that traitorous wrist and its papery ambitions. Tomorrow's another page, unwritten, uncorrupted by fiber dreams. For now, the mill accepts your surrender, its wheels turning to the rhythm of ordinary blood. A wet snore ruptures the mill's heartbeat, your ankle, suddenly furred by a mastiff's dream-slack jowls. His exhale pools warm at your soles, each rumble deeper than the waterwheel's groan. Ottoman watchdogs often slept against workers, their bulk a living furnace against stone floors. You wiggle toes into his flank fur, the equivalent of sticking feet in a just-opened bread oven. Drool seeps through your hem, a suspiciously Nile-shaped stain creeping toward the heel. Historians found saliva-crusted pay logs, proving dogs earned extra mutton for night shifts. His ribcage swells, collapsing swells, a bellows pumping sleep instead of air. Some mill hands believed mastiff drool prevented gout. They'd rub it on swollen joints at dawn. You resist testing the theory. Paws twitch, chasing dream hairs through vat steam. Each snort flutters the linen strips overhead, improvised mobiles dancing to canine jazz. Historians still argue whether these dogs guarded against thieves or just snored too loud for intruders to concentrate. One ear folds inward, a fleshy earplug against his own noise. Heat radiates up your calf, muscles dissolving like honey in mint tea. His hip bone jabs your arch, a misplaced hillside in this velvet landscape. 10th century traders wrote of dog-shared fevers, falling ill after their mastiffs died midwinter, sympathetic hypothermia, or loneliness wearing a chill mask. Roll your ankle sideways, fur parts like wheat before a scythe. Paw pads scent the air damp leather and dried mud from the courtyard. Guard training required mastiffs to ignore dropped lamb, but snoring was apparently extra credit. A guttural whine bubbles in his throat, dream protest against your fidgeting. Shift your weight. His tail thumps stone once without waking. The impact travels through your heel, a muted cathedral bell announcing nothing. Medieval puppies learned the mill's rhythm before commands, snoring in sync with loom beats. Your breath hitches, then sinks to his staccato pattern. Snuffle grunt snore. It's Morse code for steal the blankets if you dare. His warmth colonizes your lower half, quilt abandoned as redundant. Night guards wore dog hair in their caps, believing it conveyed vigilance during naps. You're winning no awards tonight, already halfway to his wavelength. Cold nose jabs your soul, a temperature shock against the fur furnace. Reflex jerks your knee, earning a disgruntled mumble. Mastiffs supposedly smelled nightmares, interrupting bad ones with licks. This one's technique skews toward suffocation by snoring. Bury fingertips in his scruff grease and dust, clumping the fur. Constantinople's mills prized molosser dogs, bred so big their snores rattled mortar from walls. This fellow's a tenor, by comparison, more buzz than earthquake. His sigh dents your arches, weight distribution, favoring the left foot entirely. Workers joked that sleeping mastiffs were just reloading their barks, volume building overnight. You brace for a midnight eruption that never comes. Hind legs kick, dream running along some phantom riverbank. Claws click marble, 4 drunken tap dancers practicing off rhythm. Moorish veterinarians prescribed dream chases for stagnant dog melancholy, whatever that meant. You've got stagnant human insomnia. Yet here comes yawn number 3. Muzzle droops onto your instep, a dead weight smelling of old broth. Saliva puddles expand their borders, conquering another inch of linen. Historians still argue whether mill dogs were considered staff or just living alarm systems with benefits. The drool stain suggests union membership. Adjust your foot, his jowl suction cups to your skin. Peeling it off feels borderline sacrilegious, like disturbing a monument to laziness. Sleep sneaks in through this ridiculous back door, propelled by dog breath and purloined warmth. He farts a low chord vibrating through fur. Quality control definitely skipped yesterday's mutton. Ottoman poets compared mastiff gas to clouds embarrassed by their own existence. The cloud currently curdling around your ankles lacks such shame. Scratch behind his left ear, the spot making his hind leg twitch like a broken puppet. 2 heartbeats now, his thumping against your cooling soul. Linkage complete. Guard duties abandoned for mutual siesta benefits. Moonlight silvers his wrinkles, each crease storing, shadows stolen from the corners. Night guards whispered secrets into these folds, safe from overseer's ears. The mill's heartbeat fades, replaced by this living furnace's off-kilter rhythm. Dreams come disguised as pot witches and gurgling innards. Fur softens beneath your heel, worn smooth by generations of accidental foot massages. Historians excavated a mill with dog-sized alcoves, proof they rated better beds than apprentices. His snore climbs 2 octaves, whining like a rusty hinge. Nostril flares inhale your toes' lint, whatever flavor that adds to the symphony. You're both stranded here, shipwrecked on the island of interrupted duties. Dawn threatens somewhere beyond the archway, its approach measured in snores per minute. The watchman's abandoned his post, and frankly, you're the mattress now. Ottoman ledger notes list dog replacement costs, higher than scribe wages. His drool currently deducting value from your socks. Breath evens yours, mirroring his at last. Guard dogs monitored sleep patterns, alerting doctors to workers' erratic rhythms. This one's diagnostics are blunt. If you're awake, it's because he's not drooling hard enough. Weight shifts. He pancakes fully onto both feet, circulation retreating from your toes. Medieval workers called this the paw press, final boss of nighttime paralysis. Yet sleep comes anyway, dragged down by fur and warmth and comic defeat. Slack-jawed bliss claims the mastiff, your soul's now honorary dog pillows. Let thieves come, they'll trip over this furry hillock and wake the whole mill. Historians found 11 skeleton keys in one mastiff's stomach, evidence of attempted burglary or really bad treats. Whiskers tickle your ankle, a final sentry gesture before total sleep surrender. His duty ends where your dreams begin, warmth shared across species. The snore that shook tiles becomes lullaby, the guard who guards nothing but rest. Cotton ghosts imprint your cheek, the sheet beneath you, a second sky of loose weave. Workers called this paper-grade cloud catch, fibers barely holding together like mist on a cold morning. One breath lifts the corner, a wing unfolding without wind. Hennequin of Bruges pioneered this gossamer stock, his secret recipe lost when rival mills accidentally burned his warehouse. Traders claimed a single sheet could float from Ghent to Cairo if the wind chose kindness. Your eyelash adheres to the fiber, both stranded in this airy limbo. Fibers eclipse your vision, muslin-thin gaps showing barrel vaults and rafters. Moorish papermakers soaked sheets in rose oil, mocking the heavens with scented clouds. Yours smells faintly of almonds and oversleeping, a recipe not found in any ledger. Page shadows bleed upward, your face now half printed on the drying rack. Historians found 14th century love letters stained with rogue sheet patterns, kisses, sent with textile constellations. A breeze lifts the paper, peeling your dried sweat from its grid. You blink, cirrus fibers dissolve into actual light. Sundust, motes hover where cotton strands once hung, the difference between thread and atmosphere erased. Italian forgers exploited this effect, printing fake papal decrees on stock so thin it vanished by noon. Roll your head sideways, the sheet clings like a wet cobweb. Medieval scribes hated cloud catch, their ink bleeding through 3 prayers at once. Your jaw imprint stares back, a hazy cameo of naptime neglect. Palm up, fibers drape across your lifeline. Papermakers' wives spun stories about sheets stealing memories, dreams pressed between layers like forgotten petals. Your pulse thrums against the weave, each beat blurring the parchment's chain lines. Breathe deep, the sheet lifts, tickling your nostrils with lint spun too fine. Mamluk sultans commissioned dissolving documents, state secrets vanishing if held too long. Historians still argue whether cloud paper felt heavenly or just annoyed archivists with its clinginess. Threads crosshatch the sun, your skin quilted with transient squares. Al-Andalus mills timed dips to eclipse hours, believing shadows strengthened fibers. The warmth suggests they succeeded, or maybe you're just sun-drunk. A tear in the sheet mimics the Nile Delta, split threads like river branches fanning toward your ear. Workers patched flaws with fig glue, spit solution, repairs closer to pastry making than craft. Your drool reinforces the dam, a useless human contribution. Exhale, the paper arches like a cat's spine, then collapses into your collarbone. Alexandria's library stored scrolls behind wet curtains, humidity keeping cloud pages grounded. You're the scroll now, equally likely to dissolve in the wrong breath. Cheek creases mirror the sheet's wrinkles, both maps of accidental pressure. 13th century accountants wrote debts on cloud paper, hoping debtors would lose them en route. One sneeze and you'd erase a merchant's life work. Bless you and be gone. Fiber dust coats your lips, the taste of unsifted flax and poor quality control. Papermakers chewed mint to override the pulp, stench, their breath a lie built on rotten rags. You lick your teeth, still almond sweet from breakfast baklava crumbs. Light shifts, the sheet's watermark emerges, a crescent moon devoured by moths. Only visible when damp, then gone like ambition after lunch. Historians still argue whether cloud catch documented laziness or simply mocked permanence. Tug the edge, fibers sigh, refusing to fully detach from your sweat. Rag pickers sang laments for these sheets, forever unfinished, forever almost something else. Your yawn stretches the paper tighter, a drumhead, sounding the retreat into deeper haze. Half the sheet dangles off the bench, searching for the floor like a languorous vine. Novice mill workers napped beneath these canopies, pretending to mop while dreaming upright. You envy their creativity, barely mustering the will to blink. Purple twilight seeps through the fibers, dyeing your forearm a bruised indigo. Evening inspectors judged cloud catch by holdout. How long sheets delayed sunset stain. Yours scores middling, a C- in procrastination. Threads snap as you shift, their death rattle softer than a moth's cough. Greek forgers threaded gold into cloud catch, illusions of value dissolved by mourning. Your version clings with desperation, all starch and false promises. Nostrils flare linen pollen, sheep lanolin, last week's lavender sachet, failing its duties. Crusaders stole cloud catch thinking it magical parchment, only to watch their maps dissolve in Jerusalem's humidity. You've pilfered nothing, yet feel just as cheated by the flimsy bliss. Fingernail sketches a giraffe on the sheet, your masterpiece warping as fibers swell with breath moisture. Fatimid calligraphers avoided cloud catch, no, use penning Quranic verses on vanished goods. The giraffe's neck stretches, collapses, a Rorschach test for the sleep-deprived. Close your eyes, the sheet brands your lids with its grid. Papermakers whispered that cloud catch stole fragments of your soul, each sheet thinner, because your essence padded it out. So be it, take whatever's left after that mastiff stole your dignity. Moonlight bleaches the fibers, your skin a blurred palimpsest beneath. Sicilian mills hid smuggling routes in cloud catch shipments. Tax collectors ignored the insubstantial cargo. Your weight, or lack thereof, an accomplice to historical crime. Breeze pirouettes, lifting the sheet's edge to graze your eyebrow. A warning. Invitation. The paper clings again, static from your woolen robe, sealing the deal. Ottoman sleepers wrapped themselves in cloud catch cheap insulation against chilly marble. You're the mummy now, half wrapped and fully surrendered. Threads fray where your ear bent them, rebels refusing to lie flat. Watermarks were mill signatures. Yours resembles a dromedary with indigestion. Press harder, imprint the chaos deeper. Let future archaeologists decode this naptime glyph. Dawn's first yawn gilds the sheet, your face painted in false gold. Workers timed vat stirring to sunrise, believing light thickened the pulp. Your immersion complete, fiber-bound, half real, half receipt for time misspent. The sheet tears as you sit up, a jagged coastline left on your cheek. Historians found cloud catch binding ancient tax scrolls, tricking thieves into stealing worthless wrappers. You brush threads from your lip, salty remnants of a sleep that dissolved by moonlight. Paper moths flap where the sheet tore, their wings rustling unanswered prayers. Your breath unravels the rest, returning threads to the indifferent air. All imprints fade, cool silk evaporating from your skin, like it was never there. Tonight's ledger will read one sheet damaged, no mention of stolen piece or giraffes drawn. Moorish papermakers lit bonfires of flawed sheets, ash rising to join actual clouds. You watch motes drift ceilingward, the ghost of your nap escaping through a crack. Ragmen will recycle this cloud catch, tomorrow boiling it into thicker stock meant to endure. For now, your cheek still feels its phantom grid, the kiss of something too delicate to last. Yawn into your wrist, the motion tearing another sigh from the air. Even the dust surrenders, floating sideways into the sewer grate's iron maw. You exist between pages, now both scribe and parchment, entry and erasure. Unpeel your legs from the bench. Threads cling like wounded cobwebs. Al-Hariri of Basra wrote entire Makamat on cloudcatch, showcasing his verses' evanescent beauty. The audience mostly complained about allergies. Stretch, your shadow rips free from the sheet's lingering embrace. Paper-making nuns timed prayers by how long their hoods stuck to cloudcatch during naps. None ever explained the forehead indentations at vespers. No remnants cling to your robe, no proof, but a lint-dusted jaw. Historians still argue whether cloudcatch documented laziness or simply mocked permanence. Your imprint already migrated eastward, a lost stamp on another unsent letter. The sheet's tatters flutter, white flags in a breeze nobody ordered. 200 years from now, someone will sneeze in a Munich archive, and your cheek's oil will vanish from this fiber forever. Footfalls echo in the vat room, workers returning with lamps and low curses. Their shadows eat the last cloud shreds, hungry for the night shift's solid realities. What difference? One dissolved hour. Tiles chill your souls damp from a leaky reed pipe. Moorish astronomers charted constellations through cloudcatch sheets, claiming the fibers aligned with celestial meridians. Your sock snags on a warp thread. The Milky Way's practical joke. Step over the mastiff's abandoned biscuit, his presence, now a dented cushion. Dawn audits the mill, counts every torn sheet and stolen nap. You owe nothing, receipt dissolved on your tongue. Sun pins you to the courtyard wall, sharp as a tax collector's nib. Reality resumes crisp-edged and ink-stained. Yet your forehead remembers the seam, that horizon where page and skin blurred. Gears grind awake, pulleys hoisting baskets of unsmiling rag pulp. The cloudcatch batch enters the vat, its future questionable, destiny pulpable. A sneeze threatens, and you let it. Your knuckles lock stiff from clutching those phantom ledger sheets all morning. A crackle travels up your thumb like parchment unfolding behind your joints. Ottoman scribes massaged honey into their hands after marathon copying sessions, their fingers sticky with both piety and personal injury. Sunlight warms the stiffness, each tendon slow steeped in invisible syrup. Press your palm flat against the drying rack, the copper pipe fever hot from noon's insistence. Some medieval beekeepers swore honeybees hatched from ox carcasses, their golden ooze considered half animal, half-plant alchemy. Your hand releases with a sound between Velcro and forgiveness. Golden resin oozes across your tendons, though nobody handed you a honeypot. It glues fingers together, smearing knuckle creases with sticky amber light. 17th century quacks sold sun honey, bottled glare claimed to cure arthritis. Your version lacks instructions, just warmth stretching web between thumb and index. Rotate your wrist, the syrup thickens locks, then softens as shadows stretch longer. Mamluk limbeck makers shaped candy theriacs, honey boiled with opium and ground mummies. Your joints season themselves simpler, sun-cooked, and slightly improvised. A stray thread snags the resin, lifting it like toffee on a carnival spindle. Historians still argue whether Byzantine emperors accepted honeypot tributes or just taxed bees like miniature sheep. You flick the string, releasing golden strands into the breeze, ridiculous and sublime. Stiffness burns off, stickiness becoming glossy, then silken, then ghostly. The change happens between blinks, like stage syrup morphing into actual nectar. A Moorish poet compared hand pain to honeyed chains, sweet captivity before the wrist's prison break. You test the metaphor, wiggling fingers, now absurdly nimble. Resin evaporates, leaving just a trace shimmer between your lifelines. Egyptian embalmers used honey's acidity, never guessing future insomniacs would reinvent their recipes mid-nap. Flex your hand, the phantom stickiness now cooler, a mint-touched memory where ache lived. The breeze returns, this time licking your knuckles dry. Spanish archivists licked honey from tax documents, hoping sweetener eased bad news. Your skin remembers nothing but sun and surrender, salt replacing sugar in your palm's shallow cup. Dig your thumb into your opposite palm, searching for leftover resistance. Cotton fibers betrayed you, clay dust stiffened you. Even the mastiff's warmth cramped your grip. Only honey's vanishing act leaves you supple, an illusion crafted by tired nerves. Flakes of dried resin shimmer on your sleeve pale, as ancient amber trapped in Baltic ice. Pomeranian tribes traded honeycombs for Roman glass, one side sweet, the other brittle. Your economy is simpler, a closed loop of stiffness and release. Stretch your fingers skyward, knuckle bones, knitting shadow lace on the courtyard wall. Umayyad surgeons prescribed honey-soaked bandages, their patients waking sticky but infection-free. You diagnose yourself cured, or at least distractible, by the fig tree's rustle. Turn your hand, watch daylight glaze the vanishing residue. Crusaders carried honey for wounds, then ate it on toast during sieges. Dual-purpose supplies always appealed to you, like naps pretending to be productivity. Sweat dilutes the last golden streaks, your handprint smearing the bench's edge. Asturian beekeepers followed deaf queens, their hives silent as monastery libraries. Maybe noise caused the stiffness, maybe silence oils joints better than scripture. Curl your fingers, slow as fern fronds at dusk. No crackle, no protest. The stiffness migrated elsewhere, some other sucker's problem now. Vienna's parliament once debated whether honey counted as liquid or solid, a weighty matter for tax collectors. You abstain, too busy peeling lint from your sleeve. Flick a honey-flecked fly from your knee, its buzz cut mid-insult. French chefs whisked honey into silk-thin glazes, their confections crumbling before your lifetime. Nothing here lasts either, gilded moments dissolving into next week's wash basin. Clap once, the sound muffled by leftover resin. Medical mummers smacked honeyed hands for comedic effect, sticky applause echoing through ale-soaked halls. Your performance lacks an audience, unless the guard cat counts, judging from its squint. Scrape your nails across the bench, collecting pollen-thick dust between them. Your joints feel borrowed now, alien, but functional, like a Venetian puppet's hinged limbs. Sicilian marionette masters greased knuckles with rosemary oil, but honey worked in a pinch. Tug your earlobe, testing for residual stickiness. Nothing, just sun-warmed skin and last night's olive oil soap. Apothecaries in Fez stored honey in goat bladders, claiming the leather improved its humoral balance. Your humors remain unbalanced, yet lighter somehow. Unfurl your hand toward the fig tree, receiving only a leaf shadow tattoo. Elephant handlers in Kerala used honey to soothe tusks, their hands smeared with sweetness and danger. Your risks involve splinters, or perhaps overextended metaphors. The guard cat approaches, sniffing your palm for phantom treats. Punic traders spread honey on ropes, stopping rats from gnawing ships into kindling. Nothing gnaws you now, except mild hunger and the cat's disappointed glare. Stand your knuckles forgotten, the honey long since airborne. A final shimmer clings to your thumbnail, proof the stiffness ever existed. Workers scrape vats upstream, their paddles dredging something darker than sweetness. Wind riffles your sleeve cool, where resin once held fabric to skin. Historians still argue whether Saul's sword stuck honey-coated, or David just invented that excuse mid-duel. Your battles require no blades, only surrender to the breeze, stealing the last gold from your hands. Stretch, both arms wide, knots unspooled, joints turned liquid. The honey's exit leaves room for cool silk, the breeze weaving through fingers. Ember history blown clean, only present tense lingering between empty knuckle bones. Your eyelids press together, warm as silk moth cocoons left in summer sun. They fuse, not sticky, but woven tight by unseen spinnerets. Historians note Wucession bathed in silkworm broth, claiming it spun youth back into her skin. Your rebirth proves cheaper. No vats needed, just surrender to gravity's loom. Breath slows, each exhale reinforcing the threads, cross-hatching your lashes. A cocoon's rustle fills your skull, not rustle, but whispers from 100,000 spools. Victorian entomologists hallucinated messages in moth sounds, decoding danger in wing rubs. At midnight tea sessions, you risk nothing but snoring, a drowsy rebuttal to their delirium. Shoulders nest into the linen, fibers merging with your robe's loose weave. Mulberry leaves scent your collar, ghost feast for phantom larvae. Tang dynasty, concubines slept on cocoon-stuffed pillows, hoping to hatch dreams of promotion. Your ambitions fray simpler, swapping consciousness for velvet limbo. A moth's antennae graze your temple, twin filaments, sketching half-remembered hymns. Spinnerets murmur secrets, each silk strand keyed to a forgotten ache. Ottoman silk traders called cocoons Allah's bandages, binding wounded spirits before desert crossings. You've no wounds left, only the familiar hollow where worries rattled. Weightlessness spreads, silk replacing muscle bone, the nagging pulse in your neck. Historians still argue if Byzantines farmed moths for soporific fumes, or just stole finished sheets from Persians. You care only for the hush, thick as pupa casing, that mutes courtyard bells. Your cocoon breathes, contracting when you exhale, opening like a purse string when lungs refill. Renaissance anatomists dissected cocoons, searching for miniature lungs inside chrysalid chests. They found only wet thread, much like the dampness, now softening your earlobes. Moonlight bleeds through your woven lids, each thread a prism scattering silver. Moths beat against the lantern, their wings padding the rhythm your heartbeat borrows. Nervous German princes wore cocoon amulets, believing silk confused assassins' daggers. Your assassin is dawn, still hours off, blunted by layers of self-spun night. Jaw unclenches, silk threads slip between molars, spooling under your tongue. You taste centuries, stolen silkworm eggs smuggled in monk staffs, dead leaves wrapped around illicit grubs. Cotton's princess hid them in her headdress, betting vanity against border guards. Your contraband is nothing but spit and surrender. Ears seal the guard cat's purr now, felt through cocoon walls, vibrations traveling silk highways. Carthaginian sailors stuffed cocoons in their nostrils, believing sea monsters hated the whiff of dry larvae. Your monster is consciousness, retreating from moth-made barricades. Silk presses cool against tear ducts, wicking salt before it charts a cheek path. 12 cocoons equal 1 handkerchief, 37 swaddle a small corpse. You require no arithmetic, just softness. Edo period courtesans unraveled cocoons in bathhouses, testing suitors' patience against thread length. Your suitor is sleep, already wooed, already peeling back your fibrous skin. Nostrils flare, filtering musk of moth scales, olive oil, distant cardamom sacs. Silk weavers in lion developed dream twill, patterns provoking lucid sleep in Napoleonic aids. They claimed fabric could trap nightmares in selvage. Your weave lacks such genius, just haphazard comfort spun from boredom and heat. Cocoon tightens gentle as a swaddled infant's first midnight wrap. Spartan mothers used silk bindings, so children feel embraced. They told skeptics, your mother preferred wool. But this phantom embrace outshines memory. Left pinky twitches, testing confinement, silk yielding like second-day custard. Silk Road monks meditated inside cocoon heaps, aiming for enlightenment via claustrophobia. You aim lower, 60 minutes of blankness, refundable if unsatisfactory. Throat hums, vibrations turning silk into a tuning fork, pitch resonating behind molars. Giza's weavers sang nursery rhymes to silkworms, ensuring their threads stayed pliant on looms. Your lullaby gargles wordless, yet the moths approve, loosening threads near your hips. Cocoon sways not breeze, but the mill's heartbeat thumping through floorboards. Venetian merchants displayed cocoons in church reliquariums, a cheeky bid for divine markup. Your reliquary is this bench, this stain, this incidental womb of thread. Silk parts over lips, threads reeling back as breath deepens. A Turkish poet compared cocoons to God's held breath, waiting to exhale new wings. Your wings folded years back, now content as a slug in its slime trail. Fingers brush the cocoon's interior, slick as fresh web under dew. French scientists XY cycle, obsessed with silk galvanism, shocked cocoons to see webs spark. Your current is gentler, a trickle of drool, connecting chin to clavicle. Light shifts, silver to copper street lamps, replacing moon through lattice. Cocoon mirrors the change gold threads, surfacing where platinum once fade. Burmese queens embroidered children's names in cocoon floss, tossing them into rivers for luck. You name nothing, release nothing, just simmer in amniotic indifference. Cocoon dissolves, not unraveling, but merging with your parchment skin. Charles II kept a silk moth waistcoat, convinced it cured his paranoia. You cure nothing, just hover between mold and mildew, linger between dropped stitch and slipped gear. The guard cat's tail thumps your shrouded shin, protest against this woven theft of attention. Templar knights sewed cocoons into tunics, padding against Saracen blades. Your padding thins, moths migrating toward cooler shadows, abandoning their handiwork. Eyelids stay fused, glued by dried humor, not silk now, but biology's crust. Historians still argue whether Archimedes studied cocoon geometry or just stole angles from bathwater. Your angles slump, untidy as kicked quilts, compass points smeared, cocoon sags, threads relaxing into mere lint, gold fading to dishwater gray. A moth drags its abdomen across your brow, leaving a trail of misplaced urgency. Dortmund nuns bred albino moths for purer silk, for surpluses, each bolt glowing like spoiled milk. Yours yellows, unholy, but adequate, musty as an antiquarian's blazer. Chest rises, the cocoon's last tightness surrendering to rib expansion. Silk recall flops your body's debt to Lepidoptera, finally defaulted. A moth chews its wing edge, irritated by your snore's pitch, then flutters toward rosewater drains. You hang in the web's center, neither prey nor predator, just accidental tenant. Cocoon lint coats your robe, blurring into the linen's own worn nap. Mughal emperors wore cocoon dust cologne, scentless but prestigious, until sweat made it clump. Your prestige peaks at 0, lint anointing you commoner of limp dreams, palm cups empty air, silk traded for breeze teasing the last threads. A final strand clings to your nostril, tickling, thin as a widow's last nerve. Historians still argue whether the Silk Road spread insomnia or just better sheets for it. Your road dead ends here, lint on your lip, the guard cat's tail, hooked through cocoon scraps like a vandal's trophy. Limbs float free, threads remembered only by the itch behind your knees. Spinnerets fall silent, their work dissolved by your animal heat. Your eyelids stay shut not from silk now, but the sediment of sleep's first wave. A single moth watches from the lantern cage, wings still damp from its own emergence. It flexes, testing veins, unaware it wove a coffin for some stranger's wakefulness. You mimic its shiver, threadless, unstuck, free to sink or fly. Wind riffles the last cocoon scraps, spiraling them toward the fig tree. Brutish Roman sodders wiped sweat with silk, cursing how gauze stuck to their stubble. Your stubble itches, but sticky silks, long gone abandoned moisture beads, where the cocoon gripped tightest, neck hollow, inner elbow flanks. Chola dynasty tailors rubbed cocoons on lovers' letters, transferring sweat onto silk for keepsakes. Your sweat lacks poetry, salty echoes of fig jam and bench varnish. Toes twitch unbound, thread relics dusting the tiles like ground almond shells. That Viennese baker used cocoon shreds as macaron filler for loftier texture. Your texture flattens, your loft collapses, looming surrender to gravity's final pull. Cocoon remnants flap from the drying rack, pale flags of your evaporation. The moths ignore their shed architecture, drawn to greener lamps beyond the mill. Byzantium burned silk during sieges to distract invaders with our wastefulness. You burn nothing, just smolder, banked ember hissing soft as cocoon debris skitters east. Your palms grow light, copper weights slipping from creases where worry lines once nested. The coins shimmer, not stolen, but drawn toward irrigation channels by some liquid gravity. Romans pioneered these waterways, aqueducts feeding mills like this one, yet forgot to account for drowsy theft. Fingertips tingle, phantom coin dents lifting like teeth marks from butter. One filse winks mid-fall, a Mamluk trader's face blurred by centuries of palms. Historians still argue whether desert caravans dropped coins as offerings or just had holy pockets. Your debt evaporates, ripples already rewriting what little you owed. A channel gulps each coin, the plink softer than a cat's tongue on cream. Water weeds cradle their descent, green hair swaying in the underworld's draft. Moorish engineers hid geomancy symbols in gutter patterns. You glimpse a fish scale design winking up. Eyes track nothing now, empty hands, upturned, lighter than cardamom pods, stripped of seeds. 17 coins dissolve below, exact, count known only to the water's spider skating surface tension. Venetian glassmakers once floated lyre on quicksilver betting apprentices, couldn't snatch them without burning flesh. You've escaped cheaper, no blisters, just cool air kissing lifelines. Coin shadows dart across clay channel floors, distorted into crescent moons, then commas, then specks. A downstream washerwoman might pocket one tomorrow, thinking Allah rewarded her scrubbing diligence. Your reward spreads quieter silence pooling, where copper once pressed pulse points, wrists float upward, palm hollows cupping nothing but the smell of wet brick. Ottoman mint workers slept with coins under pillows, believing new metal dreamt of its orbed origins. You dream drier thoughts, channels becoming veins, pumping no currency but lullaby. Elbows bend, not seeking weight, just testing the new hollowness where sacrifice pooled. Spanish nuns sewed coins into hems during Lent to feel poverty's pinch with every step. Your poverty feels lavish, fingers fanning like dowries tossed to minnows. Ripples erase each coin's resting place, clay swallowing their heat as gossip swallows scandal. Tiber floodwaters once washed imperial coins into peasant fields, sparking frenzied digs through cabbages and dill. Your frenzy ends at eyelid level, a slow blink, dissolving all treasure maps. The guard cat bats at the last ripple, swearing it resembles a winged drachma. Macedonian soldiers placed coins over dead eyes, not for gods, just to shut sockets against crows. Your eyes need no bribes, heavy already gilded by surrender's cheaper metals. Knees sag, relief leaching upwards, as coins drain ambition from your joints. One copper piece balances on a reed, tail side up, before tipping into algae's green purse. Victorian psychics claimed flipped coins could channel dead composers, Beethoven particularly fond of penny whistles. You channel only the mossy dark, its anthem choked with duckweed and root. Palms flush pink, blood returning now that copper's chill has emigrated. Polynesian navigators balanced coins on sea charts, believing metal held alignment with star iron. Your stars drift closer without that ballast, Orion's belt dangling loose above courtyard vines. Fingernails scrabble soft clay, no hunt, just idle tracing where metal kissed mud. A Merovingian queen swallowed gold solidi before battle later, gifting them mid-victory vomit. You've gifted cleaner, no stomach ache, only water's patient digestion of your hoard. Breath steadies, coin-shaped tensions, evaporating with each exhale towards date palms. Historians note Genon banks stored coins in wine barrels, bastard vintage notes aging alongside interest. Your interest flatlines, the sweet vinegar of relinquished control, perfuming wrists, ears tuned to water's coinless song. The hiss, now all lisp, no metallic asterisks. Aztec merchants judged wealth by jade, melting Spanish coins into useless pretty droplets. Your wealth liquefies kinder, copper atoms dispersing toward anonymous estuaries. A kingfisher dives where your largest coins sank, emerging beak empty but unbothered. Crusaders sewed coins into their beards, itching through sermons about heavenly reward. Your heaven cheapens nicely, no itch, just the cool of abandoned ledger columns. Shoulders unknot, one muscle at a time, as if coins threaded through sinew now escaped. Jakarta market vendors still drop coins in sewage grates, appeasing tunnel-dwelling spirits of Dutch accountants. Your spirit floats lighter, unburdened by even pretend commerce. Toes curl in sandals, grateful for the lack of boot heels, grinding coins into heels. Weimar children stacked worthless marks like toy blocks. Your inflation feels productive, all value draining toward irrigation's deeper math. Pulse slows, no longer counting coin hits against channel stones, just matching water's lazy tempo. Roman founders buried purses beneath fountain corners to pay the aqueduct nymphs. You've paid enough, nymphs be damned. Let lotus roots uptake your copper sweat. Coin ripples reach the mill race, merging with paddle wheel churn, become unrecognizable as loss. A final glint dies under froth, murmuring tales it'll tell crawfish in silt monasteries. You murmur nothing, content to let water rename what you released. Hands relax, palms skyward, not begging now, just airing out old love lines. Historians still argue whether Delphi's oracle inhaled coin metal fumes or just liked the pockets jingling. Your prophecy simpler, empty hands sleep deeper fortunes told in breath, not bronze, eyelids lower, lashes wet not with tears, but spray from the wheel's last coin-kissed turn. The cat sneezes at soggy fish, your wealth, only in liquid noise, a chuckle escaping at how freedom sounds exactly like a copper piece, gulped by an uncaring drain. Your palms grow light, copper weights slipping away. Each coin's journey softens your breath, stolen tension, dissolving in water's kindness. Fingertips remember only cool clay now, no more metal kisses. Water weeds cradle what you surrendered, their green hair, swaying secrets to minnows. Your debts scatter downstream, forgotten as easily as shadows at noon. Eyes close halfway, coin shapes melting into ripples that never belonged to you. The guard cat yawns its tail, flicking away the last glint beneath the surface. Wristers float free as dandelion seeds, riding a lazy breeze. No Ottomans whispering of orbeds here, just silence knitting your joints back together. Elbows bend, testing hollow spaces where worry once pooled. Your poverty feels rich, spacious, like a sun-warmed courtyard after rain. Ripples erase themselves, water's tongue licking clean every ledger line. No frenzied digging through cabbage plots, just lotus roots drinking your copper tears. Knees soften, sinking into the mill's heartbeat. Algae claims the last coin, a green prayer mumbled beneath the paddle wheel's hymn. Palms blush pink, life, returning where metal once pressed. Your stars dip closer tonight, Orion's belt loosened by the weight you dropped. Fingernails trace patterns only mud understands. No Merovingian queen's gold, just grateful earth swallowing your offering whole. Breath steadies, each exhale lighter than cardamom husks tossed to the wind. No genuine interest accruing, just the sweet vinegar of surrender. Ears fill with water's lullaby. No clinks left, only the shush of clay and current. The kingfisher dives, empty-beaked, unbothered by your notion of wealth. No itchy beards full of crosses, just cool air swimming through your sleeves. Shoulders melt one cord at a time, as though coins slipped from muscle threads. No Dutch accountants haunt your rest, only the drip of mossy stone. Toes wiggle, sandals grateful for freedom from grinding boot heels. Let Weimar towers crumble, you've emptied your pockets to a kinder arithmetic. Pulse slows, matching the mill race's old song. How foolish, thinking nymphs demanded payment. This sleep is tax-free. Water blends your loss into its greater churn, all glints becoming crawfish tails. No need to murmur apologies. The silt forgives without hearing them. Hands open like old books, palm lines whispering stories in moonlight. No oracle fumes, just clean night air filling each crease. Eyelids seal, lashes damp with spray, not tears. Laughter loosens your throat. How silly, clinging to metal when water holds you better. Drift now liquid darkness cradling your spine. The cat purrs somewhere distant, your fortunes dissolving, drifting, becoming nothing but breath against stars. Let the paddle wheels hum blur into dreams. You've paid enough. Rest